Awesome. So this is the first edition of Product Jam that we're doing as a community. The difference between a product jam and my prior sessions, which have been largely live product case studies, is in a live product case study, I do a lot of my own homework behind the scene, put the effort to structure the entire problem statement from end to end. And then I open up the discussion in such a way that there are opening questions. I ask you to think on the fly, and then I present my point of view. So there is some strong structure end to end. In a product jam, the goal is going to invert itself. You're going to be in the driving seat. I'm just going to play the role of the guardrail. So imagine yourself driving on a road. You're the person in control of this car. I'm like that barricade at the side to prevent the conversation derailing off and going in 10 or 20 different directions, and just make sure that we're staying true to the course of the problem statement and acting as a forcing function to make you pause and think and not run into solutions. Again, one of my core guiding principles of wanting to do such an activity is push you towards second order thinking. If you have read probably Daniel Kahneman's Systems 1 thinking and Systems 2 thinking. Systems 1 thinking is our intuitive, fast thinking. The minute you see a problem, there's a solution that snaps in your head. And that's how most of us are wired, and that's biology. But in order for us to build great products and for us to deliver impact consistently without burning ourselves, I play a lot of importance to this word, without burning ourselves up, because building products in today's world is incredibly chaotic. There's a lot of pressure from your stakeholders. There's a lot of pressure within the organization. And that makes it harder for us to move towards high quality systems one thinking. So it necessitates that we build processes in the background, do activities in the background, so that we refine our thinking processes in activities such as this, so that when the moment arrives, you don't default to your prior programming of poor quality systems one thinking, but higher quality systems one thinking. And that happens because you spend activities offline, doing a lot of other things to do, so that you're building the stronger foundations, your first principles thinking, you're collecting a lot of dots, you're learning to ask the art of asking questions, you're learning how to slow down so that you can speed up. So that's the reason why we're choosing to do activities such as this. To give you a parallel analogy, if you can imagine yourself having watched great sports people, you say watch a Federer, a Rafa, or a Michael Phelps, when they're on their game day, you can see flawless performance. But behind the scenes, they're pushing the boundaries of their training. They do weightlifting, they do cardio, they do a whole lot of other activities which prepare their body and mind for that race day condition. Unfortunately for us as product people, our race day happens on a daily basis. So it becomes important for us to find out alternative techniques to continuously push our boundaries of product thinking, so that when the pressures arise at work, our mind and body is ready to think and execute in the right direction. So in today's activity, you're in the driver's seat. I play the role of a moderator. My job is to push you to think. My job is to make you slow down at times when I think you're going fast. And your role together as a collective team is to try to put a structure to this problem statement, try to go deep into the thing as to why are we doing, how are we doing, what are the nitty-gritties, how does this affect this problem statement and stakeholders from multiple dimensions. And hopefully, at the end of 4 hours, we have somewhat of a reasonable conclusion of how to go about solving this problem based on some very, very strong guiding principles. All right. With that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by just presenting my screen so that we have some place where we can all collectively put down our thoughts. And then there is some place where we can observe what's going on. And that way it becomes easier to consume the information. Otherwise, what tends to happen is there's a lot of discussions going on and people may or may not be taking notes. So I'm going to play the role of also a note taker. I'm also going to give you access to this so that you can also jot down your thoughts so that everybody can collectively see how you're thinking as well. So think of this as also a larger whiteboarding activity where we'll be all collaborating. So give me a moment while I open up the file for collaboration. All right, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah. Just let me know what you're seeing.
How to solve for the category discovery and navigation, the drive file that you work.
Awesome.
The problem statement.
Fantastic, fantastic. Great. So now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to share access to this file so that it becomes a document where you can also contribute. So I'm going to add it to the chat room. Once everyone has gained access, we will start. But before we start, I'll just do one quick check with the audience to get a sense of the nature of participants who are joining so that I can appropriately moderate as well. Alrighty, I can see a reasonable number of folks able to join the document. All right. Before we start, I would just like to get a quick sense of the audience who is on this call today. That way, I can also understand what kind of skill distribution is there in this meeting room. And I also want to make sure that there is good participation and representation from everyone in the room, and that way it doesn't get over-indexed towards a particular cohort and they end up actively participating and some other cohort feels left out and clueless. So that way we try to bring a little bit of healthy balance for everyone in this room. All righty, just give it a few more minutes and I think we should be able to get started. Okie dokie. So I guess we have a good mixture of aspiring PMs and a lot of early career PMs. That is fantastic. Great. Let me put this poll to an end. Now, what I'd also like is to get a sense of how many of you are going to actively participate versus wanting to spectate, just so that we also get a sense of how the audience dynamic is, so I can figure out how best to ask questions, how best to delegate certain responsibilities. There is no pressure. If you choose to spectate, not a problem at all. My only humble request is just keep your mic on mute so that it doesn't disturb anybody else. And those who want to actively participate, I will share the mechanics in which you can participate as well. Awesome. So we have, I think, a reasonable split, about 50-50. That's great. All right. Now, those of you who are going to actively participate, I'll be sharing certain files, documents, etc., across to you. This is probably going to be the biggest document on which we're going to be working, right? So with that, now that we know we have a good split of people also spectating, spectators, please keep your mics on mute. You can keep your cameras on, off, completely your choice. But just keep your mics on mute so it doesn't disturb the ones who are conversing. Those who are participating will use the hand raise mechanism so that it becomes easier to engage in conversations. That said, I would love for everyone who's trying to actively participate to contribute. So humble request, no one person, please don't try to hog the conversation. There is no promotions involved. There's no raises involved in this. This is just a learning session. So it really does benefit for you also to let others participate so that you can see how others think about the problem statement as well, right? So no extra brownie points for being the person who answers most of the questions, right? The brownie points is if all of us are able to share our perspectives. Awesome. With that, let's get started. I think all the ground rules are rather clear. Now let's get into the fun activity. So, how do we get started? where do we start this problem statement from? So first of all, is everyone aware of the problem statement? Is that something very clear? Have you spent some time thinking about this problem statement? Just do a quick raise of hands so that I understand that folks have spent their time. If not, I'll just quickly present a screen to kind of give some direction as to why we're having this conversation in the first place. Otherwise, I feel that maybe that. Sorry, someone is speaking. Okay, who is that?
कौन सा है अपने पास? अपोलो का ना, चलेगा बोलता हूँ 3700 ना.
All right, can someone help me identify who this person is? We'll have to boot them out.
It's Omkar More. Omkar
So
More.
one moment. I'm sorry, I have to do these things in the interest of the community.
Yeah. Can you please explain the problem statement?
Yeah, we'll get to that. Sorry, where is...
DSK, I guess he's muted himself.
Sorry, Omkar, there is unfortunately no way we can allow this, so I'll have to boot you out. Okay, I cannot. Omkar, please, I really request you, if I do notice any other disturbance from your end, I'll have to throw you out, man. All right, going back to the screen. Okay, so let me start with the problem statement. In the community, there's a small WhatsApp community that I run. One of the questions that came up from the community was, how do we, or rather, it started with the premise saying that BigBasket has this new pop-up screen that comes up whenever you open the app, and that acts as an annoyance of sort for a certain cohort of customers in terms of going to their primary jobs to be done, right? For example, someone just wants to quickly go and order a set of vegetables, or they want to go to BigBasket now. Why am I being interrupted with such an interstitial in the first place? And that sparked a series of interesting conversations, the abstraction of which becomes a larger problem statement to say that once a company becomes fairly large, right? And I'm trying to give a wide range of examples here, right? What you can also do in parallel is you can see apps like, say, a PhonePe, a Make My Trip. You can open up your Google Play Store or your App Store. You can open up the Myntra app. You can see Swiggy. And you can see this even in enterprise applications. I'm trying to give some examples of that as well, right? If, for example, some of you have used Google Cloud, or say some of you have opened up and used Adobe, right? What you would notice is that each of these companies have multiple categories or product lines or business lines. And it then becomes an interesting problem statement to say, how do you create a destination which allows for a wide range of customer cohorts to discover all of these categories / product lines / business lines? What are the other stakeholders who are involved in this? Why do businesses have to do this? What does it mean for customers? And more importantly, all right, folks, really, there's a lot of folks who are trying to actively participate. I don't have to feel that I have to explain this multiple times. You're all responsible adults. It is really disrespectful that you don't seem to be caring about the other participants who are participating. I only asked you to mute your mic. I don't think that's a very difficult task on a platform such as Zoom. I cannot stop you from doing any other activities on the side, but the least you can do is mute your mic so that it doesn't disturb the flow of the conversation. And if it is important for you to participate in something else, please drop out. I will be putting this up on YouTube, so you don't have to force yourself to be a part of this conversation, because it is truly annoying and disturbing the flow of everybody else in this conversation, right? I would have expect you to have some degree of decency to respect the people who are spending their time into this activity. So if I do see this again, I will have to throw you folks out. I will not think twice beyond that, right? Because at this point of time, it is being supremely disrespectful for everyone who's participating, all right? Cool. Now coming back.
Sorry, DSK. So one thing, what I noticed, like, my power is got off, okay? So when I connected again, its default option is unmute. So everyone who's got disconnected and connecting again, their mic is switched on. That's the problem.
Figure that out, man. Figure that out. I can't be sitting and having these kind of interruptions. If your power is going off, then figure out a way to get back in without the disturbance happening, right? I don't think this is a platform that we're using for most people for the very first time. And in case it is for the very first time, I apologize. But if it isn't, I really do request you to be a little more mindful.
Very well.
Alrighty, cool. So the problem statement here, like I said, is so as a startup, typically you have a single category. It becomes very easy to focus. Therefore, there is no problem statement of category discovery or product line discovery or business unit discovery. But as companies become larger, right, the minute you probably have 2 products as well, it probably may not be a challenge. But once you start become a multi-category problem statement or a multi-product line / business line, these problems become a lot more rampant. So today, our goal together as a team is to figure out how do we go about solving it? What are the various variables one needs to consider? What are the problem statements from a user's mindset? What are the problem statements from a business point of view? Who could be other stakeholders involved in this problem statement? How do we go about structuring this problem statement? These are all the wide range of questions we'll be asking. The most important caveat I'd like for us to put in front is let's not try to jump into solutioning. As much as you're seeing the solutions which are already present, the goal is not for us to start now critiquing these solutions as well. It's for us to take a step back and understand the nature of the problem, and then maybe see how to go about appreciating it and critiquing. So let's not try to go into solutions first thinking. Let's try to spend a reasonable amount of time in the problem space. We have about a good 3 hours plus. So let's try to break it out into certain segments. The first question, therefore, that emerges from a question like this is, well, how should we define the problem statement? Or is there a better way? Is there a better origination point? Where do we begin from? So in case you're finding it difficult for you to see the screen or you want me to zoom in, just quickly raise your hand so that I can probably just quickly zoom into maybe a few of the images so that you can see, what I mean a lot more closer. And to probably add a little bit of color as well. If someone is wondering, hey, DSK, what is the difference between category, product line, and a business line? The distinction I'd like to make is let me probably use something where it is a lot more familiar, right? For example, everyone probably, I'm hoping, has shopped on Myntra, right? Now, I can see someone laughing, so great to see that there's some familiarity with Myntra, right? Again, no particular bias that it is the company that I used to work in the past, but I'm just hoping that everybody buys clothes as opposed to most other things. So it may be a more reasonable example to start with, right? So if you open up a business or an app like Myntra, a category could be defined as, let's say, menswear, right? Now, within menswear, you'll have t-shirts, jeans, shorts, shoes, accessories, etc. So you can call these as categories, right? So therefore, you'll have menswear, you will have women's wear, you will have kids wear, etc. Right? Now, therein comes a very interesting concept, which is business unit line or a product line. Now, it may appear to be a form of category, but this is where at the back end, as a business, you're categorically choosing to differentiate the P&L for certain strategic reasons. Now, the example of which is, for example, if you look at this Myntra app, you see Myntra, you see Forward, which is a Gen Z focusing track, and then you see Lux. Now, you can say, hey, isn't Forward a category as well? If they were clubbed in with a larger business unit, then yes. Now here in this specific case, certain companies may want to strategically say, I want to understand Gen Z business as a whole independently. And for that, I want to create separate experiences. I have a separate P&L. I have a separate category team. I have a separate curation experience. So you are dividing the business right in the middle and saying this is being thought structurally as a different business altogether with a separate P&L, separate thinking, etc. It is not to say category teams don't have that, but they're part of a larger strategic business unit and a strategic business goal, right? To give you another example is, for example, food delivery versus Instamart versus Diner. Now, they're all part of a larger strategic business, which is hyperlocal delivery. But food delivery focuses on restaurants. Instamart focuses on dark stores. Genie says, I'm a point A to point B delivery. Dine Out is a partnership with restaurants where you can book/pay at restaurants. So they have a certain boundary condition in which they operate, which differentiates their reason to exist. And it is at a very deep structural level. Now, to give you other such examples, just so that we don't get caught in the notion that, for example, one of the participants earlier messaged saying, hey, it seems this is a topic about e-commerce. Can we also do this for B2B products as SaaS products? This is actually not just a commerce problem statement. This is a UX discovery problem statement. This is a navigation problem statement. And it applies to not just B2C problems. It also applies to B2B products. For example, if I were to open up Google Cloud, you can see that I also have certain strategic business units as part of the larger Google Cloud enterprise. So you have cloud storage, you have API. So these are all categories within it. And sometimes if you were to go to, say, a company like Adobe, this becomes the Adobe platform, and Lightroom and Photoshop become separate product lines in itself, right? So you can therefore start seeing some distinction between categories/product lines and business units. Now, again, there's a lot of subjectivity to how a company can choose to define it. So we will not probably dive into those nuances. We'll have to start somewhere and say that if there is a acceptable definition of a category/product line or a business line that we can agree to in this conversation, we will use that as the foundation for asking these questions. And we can probably use these examples as a means to understand, dig deeper. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to share this link in the chat room so that you can have this open on the side just as a reference point. So that way, we all have the same common artifact as well for discussion. So let me know if everyone is able to open it and view it. I've set it in view mode so that there isn't any, addition, deletion that's happening, and we lose track of the primary creatives that we're using for discussion. Okay, I see. I'm not sure. Kriti, have you raised your hand by any chance? Is there a question that you would like to ask?
Yes, Deepak. Thank you so much. So, Deepak, I saw that AOV recording on YouTube, and the first question that you started with is that, what is the trigger point behind this? So, would it be fair to say that the trigger behind a category creation arises out of identification of a completely new user need?
It's a good question, and therefore that's a question for this audience as well. And it's great that you watched that video. So that's why I asked, how do we start this problem statement? If there is somewhere we need to begin this discussion, where do we start it from? So what you can do is you have the Google Doc. You can start writing down your thoughts. So that way, some of you who are feeling comfortable to voice out can voice out. Otherwise, those of you who would like to just quickly type it out, you can type it out. Because then it becomes easy for everyone to see the thoughts. The only reason I'm not keeping it in the chat is it's a very confined window, probably difficult to multitask. So use the Google Docs as a means to write down your questions. We'll probably spend 1 or 2 minutes here on this, and then we'll explore what are the questions that everyone is asking, and then I'll share my personal point of view.
DSK, I don't think the Miro is accessible.
Oh,
it's asking for permission, yeah.
Sorry, one moment.
You need to change it to from can edit.
Yeah, now the board is public. Just refresh and let me know if that works. Yes, I can start seeing folks voting in. Fantastic.
So some random thing is happening.
Right, we'll spend maybe a minute more and then consolidate all of these questions. Do you folks feel that you need more than a minute? Just let me know. Happy to give a few more extra minutes then. All right, folks, are we good to start discussing? Just raise thumbs if you feel that we are ready. I still see folks typing in. Okay, let's probably give a minute more. Okie dokie. Let's get started. So those of you who still continue to type, you can write it down while we start the discussion. Cool. So now you can see how everyone is thinking about this, right? So there's a wide range of diversity in thinking, right? It starts from saying, okay, what is the trigger of this discovery? How do we solve for introducing customers to new categories? Someone says, who's the originator? I want you to go through how everyone has thought about this. And I want you folks to come to a consensus. And this is where I'm going to open up the floor. Now, the reason I'm going to ask you to do this as well is in the real world, in a company, assuming that all 80 of you are part of the product team that had to come together to solve this, in the real world, you will have to debate amongst yourself, agree and align as well. So now I'm going to make this a little more challenging. I want all of you to convince each other on what is the right question to start with. Because it's easy for me to put in a point of view and say, this is how we should be thinking. But the challenge in the real world is, as you can see, every one of you who is writing down has a wide range of thinking process, right? And if you imagine in a real company, what happens is you have probably a senior product person sharing a point of view. You have a junior product person who's trying to share a point of view. And the larger problem is not even trying to get into solving the problem. It's to try to make sure that a bunch of people can agree and align, right? So let's enter the real world. You're all part of the same team. I need for you folks to come to a consensus. Easy for me to drive the consensus because I'm moderating the show, right? But then it takes away the fun of you putting in the effort to try to drive the consensus, right? My humble request is make this participatory. So no one person just try to take over the entire show, right? I want you to figure out, imagine all of us had gotten together today in a conference room and we work for either a Myntra or we work for a BigBasket, and somewhere this has surfaced as something for us to discuss. Let's assume that senior management says, folks, get into the room and start discussing something about this. How do you start even discussing about it? How do you convince each other? Where do you even start from? So 80 unknown people who are coming together into the room, all great product folks, I want you to come to a consensus on where do we start from? How do you convince each other? Because part of your product work is influencing people with a good narrative. So who's going to drive this? How are you going to get people to drive a consensus? Like I said, I'm also trying to do this for the first time. It's going to be a little fun doing this. How do we do this? How are we going to achieve consensus? Sorry, I see Avishkar and Sumit having raised their hands, maybe even Akshay. So maybe one of you, I mean, if this is a question, let me know. Or is this more about how do you want to start driving the narrative and start getting people into a consensus?
I'll go first then. So yeah, it was just to understand, right? How do we start narrating the consensus and just trying to see, I wrote the point, trying to understand who is the originator of the problem. Has this problem statement come from the consumers in where they are requesting, kind of a category creation because of the large kind of diversity of products that we sell, or is it the business who is actually wanting to bring up that particular category discovery or those changes that we might have in the product, which would then I feel help us move ahead and get into the direction if it's from the business or if it's from the consumer, and then come maybe move into the direction of problem solving.
Okay, all right, that's Avishkar's point of view. Who would like to share their next point of view to influence the community?
Hello, hi, I'm Akshay. The way I would like to put this problem forth is that we are currently doing a business and we are fulfilling a customer need. The customer is buying something from us. We believe, or I personally believe that the same consumer is buying other products and services from other companies or apps. We have a chance to solve a different need of the same customer. So how do we then change our app or our website or our store into to help to get the customer to buy more from us?
All right.
So that is, I think, the way to start.
Got it. Okay. So Akshay has shared why he thinks that's the right way of framing the problem statement, and that's the right way to kickstart this conversation. Who else would like to share their point of view? We need to arrive at a consensus. So it's important.
Deepak, I'd like to go next.
Go for it.
Here, we are solving for category discovery. So before actually diving into solving for category discovery, we should first understand why are we solving for it. Why has this need arisen that we are being told that we have to solve this category discovery? Is this need arise because we have identified a new user need, or is it a reaction to something our competitor is doing, or is there a strategic objective behind it? For example, is it because we want to increase our bottom line, or is it because we want to improve? Is it because we want to enter a new market, or probably improve engagement from the existing users? So why are we actually looking to solve for it? So that is where my starting point would be.
Understood. All right. That's Kriti's point of view. Next, I see Ajit. Ajit, what's your point of view?
So my point of view is almost same as Kriti's. Start with the why, then try to find out the reasons that the problems that we face, and try to find some root cause and have an agreement on that first, and then go further.
Understood. All right. Next, I see Kiran.
Yeah, thanks, BSK. Do you mind scrolling a little? I guess I just want to post the
Up
point.
or down?
Down. It's blocked.
Okay.
I mean, I sort of selected it. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Right. I guess the very first thing is to know what is the product that I'm selling. Right? Is it one product? Are there multiple products that I'm selling? And what would be? Who are the users? Do I expect the user to use one product? Do I expect the user to use all products? And then come up with a priority on what is my main source of business, right? And then third part is what's the JTBD, right? Jobs to be done. What is the first thing I expect the user to come and do on when they open my app or when they open my product website, whatever it is, right? So that's I guess the first crux of where we should definitely start off with. And the next level to that, what I've also highlighted is you also have different kinds of users, right? They are first-time users who just for the first time signed up, and then you have users who use it regularly. So how do you balance your multiple products to each one of them? I guess that's where we should start off.
Got it. All right. That's Kiran's point of view. Next, I see Apurv. Apurva?
Yeah. Can you scroll down to the last? I think my points are in the end.
Got it.
So basically, I just wanted to break this down into two major buckets. One is understanding the problem a bit more deep, which most of them covered. But I would just like to throw a bit more extra light. Here is users naturally are my end users, where you have been a product manager. We always talk about being user-centric and all those things. But also the business units or the business lines, which you mentioned, right? That is also... they are also our users for a product team specifically, right? So going deep to understand why we are going in this business category, as you gave examples of maybe Myntra or BigBasket, because being user-centric as user is still not behind you on your back like a betal, right? But the business guys are always behind your back as a betal in all your meetings.
Okay.
So keeping them in the context matters a lot. So going more deeper, just addition of point is going deeper to understand why they want to go build this as a category. What have they seen? Some data points, what is the market share? What growth it can bring and does it even align with the vision or the mission the company has, specifically the vision, right? For example, Myntra can't start selling something which BigBasket is doing or vice versa. E-commerce is bringing a difference there, but still it is not that straightforward. Tomorrow somebody can start selling something, right? So these are the things which we need to go deeper to understand the problem. Then it becomes easy to be user-centric, to understand okay, this is what the business has in mind. How do I align with what the problems my user is facing, right? And then think about building solutions for it. That's one. And when we identify the second bucket, which is identifying the goals and success metric, that gives a clear direction to even think about what problems I need to discover more deeply, or what kind of interviews or interactions I need to have maybe with business, maybe with my end user, or even the supply. And there are so many things to it, right? So setting up those direction of conversation is also important. Forget about the solutions. I'm not even going in that direction. So when you get the right direction to the problems to be discovered, it makes life easy in future.
Got it. Understood. Understood. Fantastic. All right. Next, I see Rahul. Rahul, what is your point of view? How are you going to influence everyone to change their point of view?
I think what I'd like to kind of focus on is that, I mean, we've talked about business stakeholders. We've talked about the user. I think the risk with going for business stakeholders a bit too early in the thing is that we kind of because there's so many businesses, because there's so many different categories, they're like the ways that categories interact with each other are also like very dynamic, right? For instance, in Myntra, let's say you have a category that is a substitute for another category, and there are categories that are complements to other categories, right? This substitute complement dynamic is like, so like there's so many different ways in which categories can interact with each other. I think to go from a business or a category first perspective is not a good idea. Like the most basic example is that shoes go with shirts, but then maybe like shirts are competing with t-shirts or something of that sort, right? Or let's say in Make My Trip as an example, like maybe there's this whole dynamic of you've missed your train, or you've missed the opportunity to book a train, or you missed an opportunity to book a tatkal, but you end up taking a bus instead of that, right? So these multi-category things interact with each other in completely different ways. So I think going from that perspective is kind of shoehorning a lot of, problem solving for those use cases before we start from the user problem, right? So I think like we should focus on the user perspective, and when we have pushback from the business team, or some business feels that they're being deprioritized for whatever reason, we should push back with the user story. I think that for this particular thing, because it is confusing, that the multi-category, multi-business problem is a user confusion problem. It's not and any other issues that are stemming from this is because you feel the user is not giving attention to a product. Now, if a business team feels that the user does not care about my product, but somehow I still have to shoehorn it into the user's field of view so they go and buy it for whatever reason, I think that perspective is like invalid, just on its definition, right? So I think the business thing is important, but because the multi-category thing, in my opinion, is a user confusion or a like a user organization of information kind of a problem, we should start from the user for this.
Got it. Got it. What I'll do is I'll probably take two more. My request is also to maybe try to be a little concise with your pitch. Only reason being, otherwise we may end up just discussing this one part of the road for 3 hours, and it's very likely that's how most product discussions end up happening in the real world as well. So in order to cover some reasonable breadth, try to be a little concise. Try to articulate your point so that you deliver a punch with your point. That way, the audience also feels, oh yeah, man, this makes absolute sense. I think I want to change my point of view, right? So we'll do two more. What I will like to do then, and I'll state that as well, is those of you who have written down your point of view, you've heard certain narratives till now. Now, either you will agree to this new perspective or you will disagree. And you stick to your own original perspective, right? If you choose to agree, I want you to go back to the document and delete what you have written and go give a +1 next to the statement which you think you have now agreed yourself to align. So we'll kind of do some kind of a voting mechanism of sorts to say that, okay, I had this belief, but having heard what I've heard now, I think I may have a change in point of view because that now suddenly makes logical sense, right? But it's not to say you should change your point of view as well. Only if you feel convinced, I want you to go remove your point of view and go to the rest of the document and see, hey, I now agree with this new point of view which is mentioned here, and that's where I choose to put my upvote. Now, there is a good chance there could be 2 to 3 people who have mentioned the exact same point in different words. I'll take care of that clean. Don't worry about that. But go back into this document and see, now that you've heard certain perspectives, a reasonable number of perspectives, is there a reason for you to change your belief and remove, or would you like to still stay with your belief? Because that shows the power of influence, because that shows how much we have chosen to agree and how much we have chosen still not to agree with the new point of views, right? As this happens, I would like two more people to present their point of views, and then you can also then factor in their point of views and choose to either agree or disagree with those point of views, right? Cool. Again, I'm going to just pick randomly, so no one person is being preferred in this case. I see Simranjeet. Simranjeet, what is your point of view?
Hi, DSK. So I will be having 3 points only. So first is what is the potential market size that we are targeting, or the market opportunity, and how it will be impacting or enhancing our business top line and bottom line if we are able to achieve it. Next is how exactly is our current business positioned with respect to this category, as in will our users will be able to think in that way as well. And the next one will be how exactly in the offline mode or in the traditional mode this category is behaving, what are the gaps and the pain points of this category right now.
Got it. All right. That's Simranjeet's point of view. You got, now the team has a newer perspective as well. Interesting perspectives being brought to the table by Simranjeet. We'll take one last perspective. I see Akash. Akash, what is your perspective?
Yeah, you actually preempted my answer, DSK. I was going to say that having heard everyone, I agree with Apurv and I forgot his name, the in-house UI expert, Kiran. Sorry. Yeah,
Got
I
it.
agree with Kiran and Apurv. Why? Because it's imperative that we know what our product is. For example, something like a travel industry would need people to research more before picking on their product, as opposed to something which is a quick commerce. They know the staples, they just go and click on the objects that they want to buy. So we need to understand our products first, which is what Kiran started with. And then jumping onto Apur's point, once we understand our product, we understand who our users are, what's the problem, and then we identify the metrics that we are solving this for. So do we want to drive more acquisition, or is it leading to people coming into the new categories or business units, but they're not making purchases? So do we want to drive revenue more? That way we can message our offering appropriately. So I believe it's a combination of both Kiran and Apur's suggested ways of going about this problem.
Got it. Okay, awesome. All right, interesting set of perspectives. Now that you've heard a variety of perspectives, spend a few minutes going through what has been written down by others as well. Then ask yourself, what do you agree and align with? If you agree with a certain statement, as you folks have figured out, you're just going around and adding scores. Fantastic. And if you have changed your point of view and you feel your point of view no longer holds true, remove it. And then it'll become fairly obvious as to where does the audience lead towards in terms of a consensus. And then I will share how I think about it. And we'll spend probably a few minutes discussing and debating as well. Then we will dive into the next step that comes out of it. So we'll keep repeating this process, rinse, repeat, till we reach somewhat of a logical conclusion at the end of 3 to 4 hours. Now, it is not to say the end of 3 to 4 hours, we may have the absolute best answer, but at least we have spent enough time doing good thinking at each stage and have built better thought processes for at least some parts of this journey, as opposed to just quickly rushing through and doing an average job at everything. I would rather that we do a few things, but really, really well. And at least those 2 to 3 things are what I would say as great takeaways from today's session. I like how there is also interesting color schemes that is creating easy biases, but that's okay. So while there are a few of you, rating, just trying to get a quick pulse check and saying, is this helpful? Is this mechanism of engaging helpful? Do you feel that you're able to share points of view, hear point of views? Do you feel this qualitative engagement helps? Or do you feel that, hey, there's a little too much involvement, maybe dial it back a bit? or no, we like the same pace. So we'll just do a quick check of that, just so that I also want to make sure that this experience is good for most of us participating, because I have a hypothesis as well as to what makes good quality engagement, but I don't want to be the sole hypothesis formulator. I would like to quickly test with you folks as well to see that, hey, this is actually really helpful. I like this process of like deeply engaging, writing down our thoughts, debating, like going through the actual real world scenario. So if you like it, raise your hands. If you don't like it, you can do a thumbs down. If you like it, you can do a thumbs up. Alrighty, looks like we've got mostly thumbs up. I think I've also enabled Zoom to auto capture if you do like a thumbs up and thumbs down. I'm not sure if it's working at this point of time, so hopefully it should. If not, you can just do a quick thumbs up and thumbs down in the chat in itself as well. Okie dokie. Alrighty, so we have some reasonable consensus, and it appears that the statement which is getting, or the question that most people would like to start with is, why is this a problem in the first place? And I think it's a good place to start with as well, because we're here for a reason. We're trying to solve, but why should we solve it? How did it come about? We have to have some genesis to see what led to this current circumstance in the first place. So for a moment, if we were to roll back to the beginning of time, and let's probably take another company as an example. So let's try to move away from clothing to something even more simple and common that we all consume, which is food. So I'm hoping that Swiggy, therefore, is a good representation of a problem statement. When do you think this problem statement would have arisen for Swiggy? So we are asking this question of why. I'd like to turn this problem statement into a timeline problem statement. The reason being, everything happens for a reason, and there is a chronology of sorts, right? Things didn't suddenly land up. So we probably need to look at history to get a sense of how did we even arrive here. So what could have happened from the beginning till date for us to probably get together, for us to be even asking this question? So the very first origin of Swiggy was a food delivery app. Right? It started off in Koramangala. It started with a few set of restaurants. It started picking up pace. The founders were very convinced. Let's assume for a moment we were all at Swiggy. Yay, we're like, whoa, this is great, man. We got our Series A. We've started to scale out of Koramangala. We then started to scale to Indiranagar. Okay, for those of you who are not from Bangalore, these are parts of Bangalore. So they started picking up momentum. They started adding up more restaurants. And at some point, something interesting started happening. And what could that have been, which probably led us to having these conversations today? So we started off as a restaurant food delivery app. We started going street by street, pin code by pin code, geography by geography, and we started hitting critical mass. And we built the top of mind recall saying, if food delivery, then Swiggy. Then came about Zomato. So then Zomato is also saying, if food delivery, then think Zomato. But for both each of these interesting companies, there came an inflection point which resulted in them asking a certain set of questions. I want to try to understand what could have been those questions which they asked, which led us here. So we are in this room because of that. What questions could they have asked? And that possibly helps us answer the question, why is this a problem in the first place? Is that a fair way of reframing this problem statement? It gives us some evidence, some facts upon which we can pin ourselves. Otherwise, this why could go in 10 different directions. But history is a powerful framer. It allows to give us very clear precedents. And therefore, I feel it's a good way to answer how did we get here in the first place? So would someone like to take a stab at that?
Hello.
Yes, is that Tanvi? Yes, Tanvi, go for it.
Hi, DSK. So I think the inception of this problem is growth.
Okay.
If I want to grow my revenue, how do I do that? Either I keep doing more of what I have been doing historically, or I enter into new lines of business. And for Swiggy, I'm guessing the inflection point would have happened once they started doing the quick commerce business, the Instamart, because historically Swiggy was known for food delivery. Then came Instamart. Then came the acquisition of Dine Out. Then came the I think the package delivery, which I'm assuming they would have borrowed from Uber. I think Uber started it first, or maybe Dunzo, and Swiggy wanted to get on board that also. So when you have multiple lines of business, your positioning in the minds of the end customer, it gets a little muddled. And again, the this entry into multiple lines of business, again, the inception for that also is growth. You want to grow uh, your revenue, you want to grow your business. So I think growth is the reason why we are here.
Alrighty, interesting point of view. Awesome. Who else would like to share their point of view? Just so that I have good participation from everyone, I'm going to try going towards newer participants. It is not to say that I don't want to hear your perspectives as well. It's just so that there's a little more diversity of thought process. So maybe once I've heard everyone at least had a chance to speak once, I'll try to then go back to the folks who have already spoken a point of view and also want to share a new point of view. I hope that's okay with you folks, right? Just to make sure that everybody has a chance to share their perspectives. So I now see Utpal. Utpal, what is your point of view? How did we get here?
Yeah, so Swiggy might have thought through different customers' perspective of view or the problem statements they are going through. They have been done customer service and they have got that this is also a customer which is looking out from the Swiggy's platform, and that's how they come up with Dine Out or with the Instamart.
Got it. Understood. All right, that's Utpal's point of view. Next, I see Lakshmi. Lakshmi, what is your point of view?
So I think it's probably from some customer feedback or interaction. So the customer would probably be talking, like, let's say in the Swiggy's example, that all I'm going to the app is to deliver food. But now that there are multiple options, it's a lot of information that I need to process and then click on the food delivery and then perform whatever I need to perform. So that is probably a pain point that a customer doesn't.
Got it. Okay, that's Lakshmi's point of view. Interesting perspective. I'd like to invite Mukul. Mukul, what is your point of view?
Yeah, hi. So see, when a company start solving a problem, they start with a specific problem for a certain niche kind of customers, right? And slowly as they go deeper into their customer, they understand the customer pains and needs better. And in the same meanwhile, they have also built infrastructure solving the problem which they started with. They feel they can serve their customers better. They can come up with new solutions for the newer problems which they have seen. So they kind of start expanding into more products and newer products, and that is where a lot of these kind of problems start coming in terms of how do they make their new products more discoverable. How do they make the customers aware of their new products? So when the products from it starts transferring from one dimensional to multi-dimensional, I think that is where in the timeline these kind of issues start.
Got it. Okay, cool. So I'll probably take one last perspective. And as we have done in the past, what I'd like to do is we started asking the question, why is this a problem in the first place? Right? And we're trying to really get into the roots of it. So I'm opening up a new para where this is going to be the origin question. And under that, we are now getting a new set of perspectives. I'd like for us to all again agree as a group which amongst this set of narratives that is being shared is seemingly the most logical one that makes sense. So I would like to now ask, I'll probably take two folks. I'll start with maybe Ajay. Ajay, what is your thought process here?
So my line of thought is like this problem started when there is like a user demand, right? And to piggyback on Lakshmi's thought, like there must have been some customer feedback on a new line of business or a new category. So for us, then probably that would be like an originator of this particular problem, and for us to dwell upon whether we should kind of act on it or whether we should look at ways to kind of meet this demand.
Okay. All right. All right. One last, we'll go with Suyash.
So from Swiggy's point of view, the number of users who are engaging in the primary business of Swiggy, let's say the food delivery, the percentage conversions in other businesses are not significant as per the business's requirements. They might want to see a large number of customers, a percentage of customers switching and exploring other businesses.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay, cool. So we've heard a couple of interesting perspectives. Again, as you can see, in this small community itself, we have so many different points of views in terms of how did this even problem come about in the first place, right? Now, I'll share how I would like to think, and I'm going to continue that line of thinking from a history standpoint, because almost every decision, to a certain extent, in businesses happen with a certain degree of linearity, right? Now, if you look at Swiggy as a company, like I said, or Blinkit as a company, or let's even take Make My Trips. I'm going to see if you can try to draw parallels between all of these companies at the same time, so that you can see what kind of inflection points could have happened, right? Make My Trip started off as a flight ticket booking platform, right? Likewise, Swiggy and Zomato probably started off with food delivery. If you think about, let's say, a company like Adobe, it probably started off with Photoshop. At some point, something happened which made them do or ask a certain set of important questions, which finally leads to why we are having this discussion today. So it's that black box in the middle that we're trying to understand. Ask yourself the question, if the end state of this is a new category or a new business or a new product line starting, which of the following thought process that you previously had actually helps logically answer that missing piece? For example, one of you mentioned that, hey, customers would have probably given feedback. Is it possible for customers to give feedback for a product which does not exist? One of you mentioned saying that, hey, we want to understand what is the conversion at a category level for each of these new business lines, etc. If that business line does not exist in the first place, how do you even understand what that conversion rate looks like, right? So if you were to do a very granular level of sequencing of activities, it therefore necessitates there are some preceding questions which ask why and what should we start as a new product line or a new business line or a category? And if so, how do we help our customers discover? Is that a logical sequence? Yes, no, agree, disagree. Again, it's a perspective. You don't have to agree to it as well, right? And that's the beauty of having these kind of conversations, because as we discuss, we will hear multiple points of view, and we're all trying to agree as to what we think is the right way of approaching this.
Deepak, can you please repeat?
Yeah, DSA, could you please repeat once the statement that you made?
So, if you were to draw a time series of this problem statement, right? Let's go back to the very beginning of any company, right? You take your Adobe. Let's assume Adobe started with Photoshop, right? Let's assume that Swiggy started with food delivery. Let's assume that Make My Trip started with flights. As they went along in this journey, there came a point in time in their business where they asked a set of questions. which resulted in a new category, new product, or a new business coming out of it. Now, for example, in the case of Make My Trip, it could be that they said, hey, let's start with hotels. Or with now Swiggy, let's start with grocery delivery. Or in the case of Adobe, they said from Photoshop, let's get into probably Lightroom. Or maybe let's say yet another product. For Google Cloud, it could have started with storage, and then they could have said, let's get into compute as an instance, right? So every product starts with a very clear definition. It has a customer. It has a very clear set of specific use cases. It has a value proposition. And the app or the real estate or the portal is designed with that customer in mind. As the company progresses, something happens, a set of questions are asked, which results in them asking the question, should we consider new category, new product, new business? It is in that context we're then trying to figure out how does this product line, business line, category fit in the world of the business that we're already doing. Do you see that logical sequencing? How many of you agree to it, or how many of you say, no, man, that's not how businesses run? I think it's very different. I'd love to hear that point of view as well. Like I said, there's no right, wrong, it's a matter of perspectives.
We can drive inspiration, no doubt, but it would not be the only thing which would, you know, give inputs to the new business line or a new category to be won.
Is it inspiration is my question. So that's a very interesting nuance that you bring there, right? Like I said, they decided, let's assume that you have a sequence in which at time t equal to 1, you have food delivery as a business. At time t equal to 3, you have Instamart coming to life. At time t equal to 2, there are a set of questions being asked. I'm trying to dig a little deeper into saying, what is that question being asked at time t equal to 2? Is it inspiration? Is it something else? What do you think happened?
I mean, that would be, again, there would be a nuance of the industry there, but I would like to coin the word strategy over here. It would be more of a strategy related discussions that happen there, not only the questions that are asked to the consumers. It will be a lot of questions internally that would be asking what next, depending on the North Star metric the organization is chasing at that point of time.
Great point of view. Now the question is, it's a strategy question. What triggers this strategic question? So yes, it is a strategic choice. Why are they asking the strategic choice?
Maybe if I could go on that.
Sorry, if you, because there are a lot of hands raised, it would be great if you probably just quickly say your name out loud in the event that I can't see who is saying it.
Right, I'm Avishkar.
Yes, Avishkar, go for it.
Yeah, so I think in the time T2, right? So maybe there could have been multiple reasons. You know, it could be a saturated revenue from the business model they actually operate in. It could be that, you know, the model that, or they say the product or the business they are working has kind of gotten into a mode where it's running smooth and they would want to venture into new because of competition doing it, or just, you know, changing consumer behavior, or as I said, a saturated revenue in the existing business model they are already operating in. And then again, as someone said before, the growth point of view, now what next? I think these three reasons could be the one that could have been asked in between the two, T1 and T3.
Got it. I'll probably take two more perspectives, and then let's see if we can agree and align basis now this narrative, what seems to be the driving reason behind activities that happen in T2, which now lead us to us being in T3 to figure this problem statement out. And this problem will persist in T4, T5, T6 as well. But what happened in T2? What questions did we ask? At least if we understand that, it'll give us clarity as to why we're having this and how important this problem statement is. Otherwise, what tends to happen is, it could be seen as, well, management has asked of this, but I really don't know why we're even having this conversation. And let's just do it because it seems to be a demand. But if we internalize the importance of it, the way we think about it, the agency we bring to solving this problem may change how we think about it and how we go about as a team solving this problem statement in the first place. So that's why it's really, really important for us as a team to agree on the why. The why is what binds us together to agree on how to solve this problem statement. If we disagree on that, everything else thereafter is going to be equally more difficult because we don't know why we're doing this, right? I will now take, I see Mohini. Mohini, what is your point of view? Why is this happening?
My point of view here, DSK, would be trying to solve more of customer problems. For example, if I talk about Make My Trip, right? So once the customer travels to the destination, right, what is the next problem that this customer might be facing in terms of finding the right place to stay? And let's say Make My Trip would really have this, let's say, option in front of them that they already have this platform available. It's only the matter of, let's say, maybe providing more through the same platform and trying to solve, let's say, end-to-end problem for this particular set of customer.
Got it. Got it. Also an interesting perspective. I'll take one last. Nikhil.
Hey, thank you, DSP. So my thinking was that, the primary reason could be growth. Like, they want to grow into the new categories or acquire customers. That could be the primary thinking. But the main thing that comes to my mind is, do they have the expertise or do they have the infra to do that? No, to move to a new category. Now, while we were discussing about the Swiggy example, Swiggy went out to the dining, Instamart, and Dine Out and Swiggy itself. Each of them works it too. They have the restaurants and the delivery partners. Swiggy already had the expertise of both, and so they could go ahead and move to the other categories. So that's what my thinking is.
Got it. Got it. Awesome. Now that we've heard so many different diverse perspectives, we will repeat the activity again. Go through the reasonings provided by everyone. Wherever you agree, add your score. Wherever you had a point of view and now you believe that your conviction has changed because of the narrative, remove your point of view. That way, we can all see where does the vast majority of the audience agree and align with.
Deepak, I have a question.
Yes.
Is it
yes. Hi, Tarun.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. Yes. Nice to see you. So since you mentioned at T equals to C, this particular decision is being made at T equals to 2, certain questions would be asked. And since you talked about strategy, so at T equals to 1, I believe, since you talk about any company, any kind of industry, it would be either growth or profitability, which would lead to whether we want to expand or kind of explore this particular business. Is it so? And we have seen at Myntra also, or wherever, it's either growth or profitability. So my question is, if you're talking about strategy, do we need to deviate from these two points?
Why do you feel that they are two disjoint problem statements? Is strategy and the choice of strategy and profitability, growth and profitability, let me correct myself, are they disjoint problem statements or are they questions that you ask as part of your strategic thinking?
No, I think that would be the first thing you would ask as part of strategy. In which particular direction do we want to go? Growth, profitability, or both?
Correct.
Maybe yeah.
So if you, again, maybe we're doing a little bit of deviation from the core of this topic, but because it's important to understand the nuance which leads to this current point of view, every company, as you rightly said, and a few of you have said that as well, over a period of time starts asking a set of important questions. Now, which is therefore important to ask, what does strategy mean? I'll try to give a very quick brief on what and how I choose to define strategy. It is not to say that, because strategy is a very loaded term in itself. You be very, how do I put it, freely use it in just about anything and everything under the sun. Oh, you've not had great strategic thinking. Oh, this product has no strategy. Oh, our company doesn't do strategy, we do execution. So what then happens is strategy becomes this super loaded term for anything that we don't know how to define. Here's how I choose to define it. And I've come up with this definition as a blended amalgamation of few strategic leaders that I choose to respect and I value, right? It essentially boils down to a set of 5 questions. Where do you play? How do you win? So where do you play in terms of asking which markets do you choose to focus on? If you choose to focus on those markets, how do you win in those markets? Should you choose to win in those markets, what capabilities do you have to build in order to deliver upon that value proposition? What kind of processes and cultures and systems do you have to put in place? And for that, what are associated support systems? Right? So it's, if you think of it, it's a series of questions that you ask. But the 3 most important from a business standpoint, and especially for folks who are involved in product, is asking the question, where do you play? How do you build? How do you win? And what do you build so that you win? Right? Otherwise, if you look at strategy as the most abstract notion, strategy equal to choices. That's it. There's nothing more than that, right? What choices do you make? But there's a distinction between winning strategy and just a strategy. You can have a strategy and it can be an absolute disaster as well, right?
Right.
So the 3 essential questions, at least that I tend to focus upon when you do strategic thinking from a business lens is, which markets do you focus on? Why do you think those are the right markets for you to win? What gives you the right to win in those markets? And therefore, what is your value proposition? And how do you therefore go about building capabilities? Now, those capabilities could be product capabilities, operations capabilities, marketing capabilities. All of these things come together to deliver the how to win, right? Why do we ask those questions? The more primordial version of that question is ultimately, and I probably talked about this in some of my earlier workshops as well, all companies eventually exist to move their existence towards their vision statement / mission statement and or stakeholder value, right? Or shareholder value, for lack of better words. Founder-led companies and certain, what I would call as certain crazy types of visionary CEOs are more vision-led, where they say, we see the world in a particular direction. We know that's the end state, but it's not a straight path. You do a lot of zigzagging. So you keep finding the right opportunities, the right customer segments, the right playgrounds to play, which eventually lead you towards that vision. The other inverted lens is, well, as a company, we need to grow because ultimately shareholders are looking for their money to multiply, right? For example, today, if you look at NVIDIA, a couple of years ago, the stock price was at a certain point. Today, it has just meteorically shot up because of certain things that they've done. Now, as a shareholder, I'm very happy about it. So the public markets or institutional investors choose to put their money in it, and companies are therefore entities which convert capital very efficiently into gains, right? Ultimately, we all want gains. When we work at a company, we want our salaries to grow, right? We want our professional life to grow. We want our personal life to grow. So life is all about growth. And I think that's why Reliance, if you look at it, the tagline is life is growth at the end of the day, right? So ultimately, everybody wants growth. But the problem is growth is not a easy problem statement. At some point, you hit roadblocks. You hit the saturation in the markets that you operate in, or there are tectonic shifts, existential crises that come into a business, right? For example, some of you may recall that Intel at one point had to shift their entire business because their existing line of business was ceasing to exist, tectonic changes in technology, right? So it could be an external factor which forces you to change the direction. But in these kind of problem statements where everything's going great and you just want to add more revenue, more customers, go towards the vision or larger share returns, you tend to ask these questions. In that context, yes, you can choose between revenue and or profitability. That's where it fits in. And it is under the ambit of growth. Profitability is also a form of growth. Revenue is also a form of growth, right? Sometimes you can choose to attack them both together. And that is the question that we choose to ask at t equal to 2. How much more can we grow or how much more can we be profitable? Because either it takes us closer towards our vision / mission, or it takes us closer towards our shareholders being super happy and therefore everyone being happy in this process. But with that question comes a newer set of questions saying, well, what do we do first? Agree that we need to grow. Where do we grow? So in this conversation, we will not focus on the where to play and how to win, because that becomes a whole new discussion by and in itself. We'll have to agree that as a team that we're solving this problem today, given that a certain set of business units or categories have been strategically prioritized by the senior leadership. So that is the premise. So we're not going to question, why did you choose this business? How do you build that conviction? That's a separate problem statement, maybe a topic for another day. Today, we will operate under the premise that we have been told that we need to focus on category X, Y, Z, or new business lines A, B, C, or new product lines E, G, F. And given that narrative, how do we go about solving the problem statement? So I think now it should become a lot more clear as to why are we here together in this room in the first place. So we're not doing it for some sheer whim that some fine day senior leadership woke up and said, oh, well, it's a bright sunny day, let's launch 3 new businesses. Well, there is a reason, right? Now that we know the reason, at least we should feel that, okay, it's not just every morning our leadership wakes up with a bright new idea. There's a good reasoning behind it. I agree and align with this business thinking. And we now have to translate this into the next set of important questions. So we know it's originating from a growth problem. We know it is a problem that is coming in because it's existential for the business, either to go closer to the mission/vision or towards achieving shareholder value. Leadership feels this is the right inflection point to ask such a question. They have gone through the journey of evaluating the right set of businesses. And therefore, they're saying we now need to figure out how do we introduce these 2 to 3 new business lines into the context of our business. If that is what is being presented to us, and now as a team, we need to solve for it, what is the next set of logical questions we should ask?
Right. So I got, so in a nutshell, we are not questioning a business strategy. It's more like what is in our control is the product strategy. We go from there.
Yes. So the strategy has been taken by, and it's a great question that you asked, Tarun, because if you think about it, these are the essential set of questions that also come out in a group discussion, right? As a team, when we choose to ask, is the expectation out of us that we have to come up with a strategy, or has the strategy been provided? If the strategy has been provided, why not? And sometimes, and actually in real world, it's important that leadership spends time articulating the reasoning behind these choices so that you build the conviction that you do it. Otherwise, it'll be like, well, it's yet another feature. I really don't know why we're doing what we're doing. And it may blindside us to understand how to think deep about this problem statement. Otherwise, someone could say, well, this is a very simple UI problem statement. Just slap in through buttons there and all problems get solved. Kiran is laughing at this point of time. Rarely is that the case, because there are a lot of second order, third order, fourth order ramifications that can happen if we don't understand the context in which we're trying to attack this problem statement. Is this something as simple as a UI problem, or is this as deep as a strategic problem? So how deep you think about the solution is only possible when you understand the depths of the reasoning behind this problem statement. So great that you brought out that nuance. Now that the larger audience understands the importance from a strategy point of view, how critical it is from an existential standpoint, it should make us think a lot more differently and with a greater degree of detail as to how to go about attacking this problem statement.
Right.
I'm going to take a pause because I think I've done a very long monologue. Let's ask some questions here just so that we have a little more clarity before we dive in. Also, it gives me a great opportunity to take a 10-second water break while you ask questions.
Thank you. It was really helpful. I kind of understood like from where to think.
Awesome. Now, someone please ask questions so that I can take a little 10-second break. No pressure to ask a question as well. But in case you folks feel like you want to, try to get a little more nuance behind what I said, feel free to ask. Or if somebody has a different point of view as well, it's not to say that all the views that I'm sharing is 100% kosher. This is how I've observed, having seen make these kind of choices over a period of time. And this is what usually happens behind the scenes before it is brought towards a product team, a design team, and an engineering team, to think about how to go about solving for these problem statements.
Yeah.
Any questions? Any questions?
Yeah, I think with the context set, it would make more sense if we ask more directed questions. Ki, what is the industry? What is the stage in which we are in currently? Like it's, as you said, right? Whether it's just the second category to be introduced, or there are already 3-4 categories there, and we are trying to bring in a new category. What is the UI side points, right? Is there a homepage, like considering the stage where Swiggy was, where it was only into the food industry and then just brought second category, right? That's a different problem. That's a different ballgame versus where they have the food delivery, they have the dine out, they had Genie, and they are bringing in Instamart as a new category. So these are the different stages. So I think asking the question, what stage we are at, right? And the questions I would like to repeat is, why are we doing it, and what is the metric or the direction in which we have to go, right?
Got it. So for the sake of simplicity for this discussion, right, I will share for a moment what our strategic objective is. I'm going to make the problem statement a little generic, only so that it works well across any category of business, right? So that way you don't get caught into, say, is this an e-commerce problem? Is this a quick commerce problem statement? What I will say is I will define the boundary conditions within which you'll have to think. So boundary condition number 1, right, is we will be solving it for mobile. The reason why that matters is it broadly defines or frames how you think about a problem statement, right? For the moment, we will not be thinking from a web point of view. Mobile adds a lot more constraint because you have limited real estate, right? So boundary condition number 1, we will be solving for mobile. Boundary condition number 2 is we have got one successful business unit, and we are now planning to introduce 3 more business lines. Okay, so if it was one, life would have been easier. But hey, we're a company that is aggressive. We like to grow. We're not very happy with 1% growth. We're not happy with 10% growth. We're happy only with 45 to 50% growth, which means we want to try out. We're lucky. We have a lot of funding. There's plush money in the market. A lot of investors are like, you guys are the next big winners. We're giving you $1 billion. Go figure out. So we're very ambitious at this point of time. We're not going to think frugal for a moment. Very counter to the market realities right now. So we now have to launch 3 new business units, right? So with these 2 as boundary conditions, what do you think are the most set of logically next best questions we should be asking? So I'm going to write down the boundary conditions so that it becomes clear to everyone and there's no ambiguity. Boundary condition number 1, we're solving for mobile. 1 successful business unit and launching 3 more. All righty. So these are the boundary conditions that we now have together as a team. What should we do next? You know the strategic reason. Yes, sorry, Kriti. Go for it.
Yeah, Deepak, actually, I have a question here. So how do you define a successful business unit? So is it that there are no deviations from the key matrix, or is it that along with that, the network effect is also getting stronger? So is that a criteria in order to say that, yes, my current business unit is successful? If not only it is stable, but also the network effect is getting stronger.
It's a great question. What are the necessary and sufficient conditions for us to build the conviction that, hey, is this even a good time to start business units 2, 3, and 4? Couple of pointers here, and I'm trying to give, each of this in itself is a very deep topic. How do you evaluate when is the right time to launch a new business? More often than not, the first is you have achieved a certain degree of lead in the market. For example, you are operating in the larger market of, let's say, food delivery. You see that it is a market that is growing at, say, 30% year on year, and you happen to hold maybe 40 to 50% of that market share, maybe in 60 to 70% of the market share. And the next best player is just a set of fragmented players, each holding 10%. Gives you a very strong conviction to say that I have incredible runway. Even if someone were to try to attack, it's going to take some time because I have significant marketing. That single big metric in itself gives you very strong conviction of everything which is second order. It means that you've got your supply side network effect in place. It probably means you've got your demand side network in place because you have what it takes to grow. A good second order metric that is indicative of that is not just the share of market, but the rate at which you're capturing the market share. So for example, if you have captured X percentage of market and you seem to be holding that as the market grows, or you're growing faster than the rate at which the market grows, it only means that your intrinsics are very strong. It means your acquisition rates are very good. It means your retention rates are very good. It means the rate at which you're able to acquire your supply is very good. So you have multiple things working together, which all manifests as your absolute number of orders per day growing, and in terms of the percentage of market share of those orders per day that you have captured. That more often than not gives companies a lot of confidence and conviction. That said, it is not necessary that all companies turn out to be as disciplined to make such choices. Sometimes it could happen because, well, I've raised a ton of funds and I have to just prove to my investors that I have 3 more business lines that I can start. No questions. Sorry, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody at this point of time. But it's also a practical reality because sometimes what happens is you have to justify valuation. And one of the easiest ways to justify valuation is to say, I'm attacking businesses A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And that just proves that I may have the opportunity to go after markets. The former is a prudent way of doing it. The latter is an investor-driven, valuation-driven line of thinking. Unfortunately, as people who are probably in the execution line of product work, you or I will never be in a position to influence why and why not either of this happens. But it's important to know what is the reason behind it so that either is important. See, sometimes you've caught the tiger's tail is what I'd say. And if you don't get that money, your business will cease to exist. So sometimes you have to do it, not because you're the market leader, but you have to prove your existence. It's an existential problem statement. And so for those reasons, you may choose. And because your primary line of business may not be trying to get the kind of success that you're getting. For example, you had a hypothesis of business line 1. You got customers, and then you started realizing that it's just not working in your favor. And you have probably about $10, $20 million lying in your bank account, and you have to move fast enough to prove that you're able to generate revenue and grow. So for those reasons, you may also strategically choose to explore business lines 2, 3, and 4, because you realize business line 1 is just not working out in your favor. So one is, the former one, like I said, is a good reason. The second is a not so good reason, but has to be done because if you don't do it, the company will collapse. So these are the broad buckets. There could be others, but they are minor reasons. But these two are the pressing reasons why it happens.
Okay.
Does that give clarity?
Yes. So Deepak, if I focus on the first thing that you said, that if the business has that conviction, it has captured 40 to 50% of the market, it is growing, that's all well and good. But it takes a lot of time for any business to get there where it has captured 40, 50%. That's a huge number. So before that, also businesses start with different BUs. So how do they decide that yes, now is the right time to start with a BU? Like is it some metric that is doing exponentially well, or like what is it? Because strategic reasons are something that I don't really understand. That why are they pivoting? Why are they when Swiggy started with Instamart, or when it recently came out with Genie? So what actually triggered that?
Got it. So let's break this into 2 parts, right? When is the right time to do it, and what should you do? The what is a larger discussion, which is extremely contextual to the business that you're operating in. And I don't think we'll be able to do justice in this particular conversation because we have to understand what market does Swiggy operate in, what is its strengths, weaknesses, where are macro trends coming in, right? So let's not focus on the what, let's rather focus on the when, right? I think that's your larger meta question, right? Like I said, it is not necessary that a company always does it based on good sound principles. Sometimes you do it. See, again, strategy is, like I said, a very ephemeral concept. People throw it around like it's a magical word that solves all of their problems. And many times companies do it without too much of thinking as well. I'll be very honest about that, right? So it could be that I just wake up one fine day and I heard an investor saying, hey, there's this very interesting line of business that's happening in China. And that's how the investors put in a seed of thought in your head. And you're like, whoa, okay, this seems like a good business. Let me start attacking it. You may not even do the necessary homework to figure out, are you at the right time frame to do such an activity, right? You then tend to get into that business. You start building capabilities. You start throwing people at the problem. You start throwing money at the problem. However, if you fast forward a little into the future, you will see more often than not when those kind of not well thought through decisions being made, in some instances, these businesses get wound down or sold off as quickly as possible as well. And that's when you start seeing these layoffs. For example, Uber in its heydays, it's a fantastic company. But at some point, it had a flush of money. It had a lot of cash flow coming in. There was a lot of aggressiveness towards growth. So they started doing a wide range of things. They started saying, let's get into self-driving cars. Let's get into Uber aviation, which is, aerial transportation. Let's get into boats. Let's start getting into new geographies, right? What then happens is when you have too many such business lines, be it a human or be it an organization, you have a finite ability to stretch your availability. No matter what you do, Kriti, you have only 24 hours in a day, right? No matter what you do, you have only X amount of dollars, right? Which means you will be stretched to realize where can you focus to do good decision making, right? So it's not enough to go and say, hey, I got a lot of money, I got a lot of ideas, let me go plant my flag in this new market. It matters that you do well. And when you stretch yourself too thin, what usually then happens is you have presence, but you don't have good product thinking, you don't have good market insights, you don't have the right foundations being laid. You make some movement, you scratch, and at some point, when the market conditions become adverse, you get forced to make hard choices, which is say, okay, if it's a business, how do I protect myself? How do I sell it off? For example, right now, in recent times, you have seen PayTM is trying to sell off its insider business. You then start going back to the fundamentals and saying, how does it align with my strategy? How does it align with my vision? How does it align with my mission? How does it fit in strategically with other business units that I'm building? Do I have the core competencies to build? So because you chose not to do that exercise when you embarked on that vision, you are forced to do that activity 2 to 3 years or 4 years later and realize that you've been carrying dead weight along with it. So you then try to sell off the business at dirt cheap prices. Or if nobody is there to buy that business, you shut down that business, as a consequence, people get laid off. So if you don't ask the very important question that we asked as the number one question, you have to ask these questions a couple of years down the line. And that's what you see as manifestation. So you can choose not to do it. But someday, the market forces will reckon you to ask this very important first principle question, at which point you will make the same choice you made a couple of years ago. Previously, it would have been a cheaper decision because you didn't have to invest time, money, effort, etc., and earn the wrath of people. Now you would have earned the wrath of people. You would have wasted time, fragmenting and thinking in 10 different directions when you could have focused on 2 things and done really, really well. And therefore, good thinking matters. So I can't say why most companies sometimes fail to do it, but more often than not, it is that urge and, that sudden josh that, we can try attacking because I've already seen success in one. I have the force, the might, and just the sheer distribution capability. Sometimes it's something as simple as, I have 1 million users, I have 1 billion users on my platform. If I have 1 billion users, I can launch any business and be successful. That is probably one of the most short-sighted thinking of how to launch a new business. For example, Google had 1 billion odd people. They saw the threat coming in from Facebook in social, and they said, well, I have 1 billion people. Let me just throw social as a product, and came up with Google+. Absolute bloody disaster it was, right? So if you don't do the thinking well, and if you just start responding to what I would call as strategic pressures, it could be market pressures, it could be existential pressures, without doing the right homework, you more often than not end up making bad choices. So you need to know, again, if the conditions are right and you have the right to win. If you don't have the right to win, and if you just think I can slap on the same set of features that somebody does, very unlikely that you will see success. So I hope I'm giving some clarity as to what kind of thinking usually goes behind. I can see a few people nodding their head saying, yeah, I've seen this happen in life.
So, Deepak, would it be fair to say that more often than not, it is a case of poor execution rather than poor timing?
No, I would say it's a case of poor strategy.
Okay.
It's not an execution problem. Most poor execution is not because of pure execution, it's because of poor strategy. And poor strategy because you don't know what questions to ask. So like I said, strategy is such an ephemeral word. It is used with such abstractness. We don't go into the detailing of what are the essential set of choices to make. How do we make those choices? How do we evaluate those choices? And therefore, when we make bad choices, we put it on the team and say, well, it's bad execution. If you had done a better product definition, it would have succeeded. If you have done better marketing, it would have succeeded. If you had probably been faster as a team, you would have succeeded. Rarely is that the case. Having seen a lot of failed products up close and personal and having got me and my team burnt, I can say with a huge degree of conviction that when we did the turnaround for products, it was not because of execution the turnaround happened. It happened because we questioned the very, very foundation of how we thought about the market and how we thought about the customer and how we thought about our capabilities and product that allowed us to win. And do we have the right necessary and sufficient conditions to win those markets? If we never ask those questions, we have always seen, almost often than not, we fail.
Understood, Deepak. This was really helpful. Thank you so much.
I know this was a digression, but I think it was an important digression because it helps build the conviction for also what we do at this point of time. Otherwise, more often than the teams feel that we get asked and demanded to do things without knowing why. And I think we need to encourage these kind of important questions being answered so that people build the conviction. Ultimately, one of the things I've noticed is how good an execution translates from a function of how much the team has conviction. When the conviction is poor, execution is poor. But convictions are very strong. You make it a point to deliver a world-class product.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. Thank you.
Awesome. Great. Now that we have discussed the essence of strategy, the when part of it, not so much of the how and the what part of it, and we have set the boundary conditions for mobile and the boundary conditions of one successful business and the need to launch 3 more successful businesses. And we are going with the context that, yes, we are actually a successful business and not imagining us to be successful and not driven by any other greed, for lack of better words. What is the next set of important questions we should ask? Now I'm going to step back. Again, you folks have a team, have to figure out what should we ask? So a lot of interesting questions. There are about 12 questions coming in. There could be more. What do we think is the set of questions we should ask now? We'll repeat the same process again. You have to convince as a team what is the right next problem statement amongst the 12, maybe more, that emerges from this discussion. Take a few minutes, no hurries, no pressure. Go through all the questions line by line, see what resonates with you. If you like a line of thinking, put your +1 score towards it. If some of this changes your points of view, as always, remove your line and give the vote to the one that you think is more important. How do you think we should go about the next set of questions?
Deepak, can I ask a question?
Sorry, who is this?
Achint.
Yes, Achint, please, by all means.
So, in order for point number 2 to be viable, are we assuming that there are no capital constraints, there are no resource constraints, and after that assumptions are taken, then we define the next set of problem statements, or is it the other way around?
as a business, we are already making the strategic choice, which means we are willing to put in the necessary investments to make these three businesses successful, which means you will get the necessary capital, you will get the necessary people, you will get the necessary org level support to pull this off. So this is a high flying priority for leadership. So you will get the support. The question is, you have the support, what will you do to make it successful? And even more specifically, we are not trying to attack the length and breadth of this problem. There are multiple other problem statements that need to be solved as part of this whenever launching a new business. This specific problem statement is, how do we solve for discovery and navigation?
Got it. And there's one more small question. This number 3, this is cast in stone for us?
Yes, this is cast in stone. No changes. Leadership is very resolute.
Got it.
I mean, as of now, we are.
One more question, Apurva here.
Yeah, go for it.
So basically, I get your point. Ki now we have the I mean, we have much clarity, but are we open to ask the reasons behind the strategy that has been taken? I mean, the decision has been taken by the leadership. Basically, some kind of SWOT analysis to understand the different business verticals that we have decided on.
It's a great question. Unfortunately, that's why I'm keeping the problem statement slightly more abstract-ish. So, for example, I'm not telling you we are launching business line A, B, C, and I'm not getting the definition of it. The problem statement we have is, think any abstract new business lines. You have 3 business lines that you have to launch, X, Y, Z. That's it, right? Given this level of abstraction, how do you solve it? Because otherwise, the prior questions are, why are you doing X? How did you build that conviction? Now, for that, we have to do a different discussion altogether, which is a strategic discussion. We just say, okay, how do you evaluate what business to go into? How are we building that conviction? What is the data which supports it? What is the intuition behind it? How do we know we'll win? So that becomes another big discussion. Is it an important discussion? Yes. For the context of this problem statement, assume that it is any 3 businesses. I guarantee you they will not have any bearing per se on this direct problem statement that we're solving. We're going to do that degree of abstraction, right? You will take it as saying that given these 3 product lines, there's always going to be something common for any new business that is being launched. We'll go with that degree of abstraction and keep it at that. Otherwise, we'll tend to go into probably a little more minute details, and that requires a lot of prerequisite conversations, and then we will not be able to do justice to the core problem statement at hand. That's the reason why.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get that clarified. It makes sense. Yeah.
Fantastic. Wow, we have 22 questions. That's a lot of questions. Nice. Okay, I'm just going to, for a short 30 seconds, just going to stop sharing my screen for a moment. But you'll still have access to the files. Just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, dear, one more last question.
Sure.
So basically, we are assuming that we are not taking random decisions like Google to come in social, right? We are going to be more specific to the industry itself, though it is abstract. I mean, not trying to be a super app like starting a business unit like food in Ola or etc. Right? Or
Don't get into those complexities for the time being.
Understood.
All righty. Cool. Where are we at? What are the next set of problems? Wow, that's a lot of next set of questions. How do we consolidate? While a lot of these are good questions, we still need to sequence. We can't attack all of these problems as the next question, right? What do you think is a good logical set of questions to ask?
I think there are some questions which are questioning the premise that we have already set. So that can be directly cut off and reduce the universe of questions to look at.
All right. So can we do a self-cleaning up activity? Say, okay, what are the questions so if you put a question which you think is already being answered by the premise, let's do the task of removing that question at least. So that way we can have more focused set of questions. Then from there, we'll see what questions should we choose to answer first.
A lot of questions we can choose not to answer now, but they will come up in the future. So they're fair questions, but we don't need them now. So we can ignore them also.
I agree. Like I said, all of these are good questions, but there is a sequence in which we should attack questions, right? If we try to answer all of these questions, some questions are more important to be answered first than the others because they help set the context for the next set of questions to be answered, right? So we therefore need to identify what is the most logical set of one or two questions we need to start with before we move to the next set of questions. So I'm not going to say any of these questions are bad questions, wrong questions, not at all. All these are great questions. Some need to be answered first. What is that question or those one or two questions that we need to answer first? So first, let's at least, if you have put down a question, see if it is being answered by the boundary condition in itself. If it is, let's at least get them out of the way. Then let's look at the questions which we can and should be answering first. See some really good questions. So I see Mukul and Shishang having raised their hands. Do you folks have any question or a perspective?
Yeah, I have a perspective actually, not a question.
Sure, go for it, Shishang.
So based on all the questions that we have listed down, to me, it seems like there are two high-level themes coming up. One is to understand and compare the existing category with the existing BU with the new BU that we are going to launch. So like what will be the user journey comparison, what will be the fulfillment, all those stuff. So that may help us to come to the next question. And another one is the prioritization of all the BUs that we will have at the end of launch of this new lines. So let's say, and that prioritization can be the weighted average of where the priority in terms of the user attention that we want to drive, priority in terms of the market share that we want to gain, priority in terms of the awareness versus starting the acquisition or making user go till the last step in the journey. And all those things can help us make the combined or the weighted priority of the different business lines that could help us decide how it should be focused and put in our discovery or the navigation.
Okay, all right.
Design questions.
All right, point noted. Anybody else? We'll probably take a few points of views, use this as an opportunity to influence the rest of the community on how they should be thinking. Who would like to take a stab at?
My request would be to mark problems as product problems and not product problems. So let marketing strategy, etc. we go to not product, and we can just not see them.
All right. Okay. Great way of eliminating questions which are not product problems. So which among these are product problems? Which among these are not product problems?
So for
Hey,
example,
sorry.
problem number 5 is not a product problem. The business will take a call, right? So the business will say we want to launch shoes first. Okay, great. We launch shoes. Great. Now product has to solve from there. So 5 is not a product problem. So that is how I would like to say.
Okay.
Just assume something to just I'm just saying make some assumptions so we can start thinking about the product in a better way, which is the objective of this session, not solve for business first.
Got it. Got it. So maybe what we'll have to do then is also broaden and add a few more points in terms of the boundary conditions, so that
Yes.
that becomes the premise.
Yes.
So
Yes, and for all business discussions, there could be a separate session, but this is a product call, so we talk about product only.
Got it.
That is my request.
Fantastic. So what do you think should be the leading set of clarity questions? So we've tried to get some clarity by setting some boundary conditions. What else are important boundary conditions that we should get clarity upon over and above what is being stated? Is there anything else we should be considering?
Yeah, so there are X categories that are decided that we want to launch now. That is a boundary condition.
Yes.
Or X product lines, right? So we freeze that.
That's agreed and aligned upon. Is there anything over and above that? Is there any other boundary conditions that we should set in store and saying these are the assumptions basis which will progress into this?
It is the same app.
I can take a stab at it.
Sure. Okay. Let's hear perspectives.
Yeah. So I think one of the other boundary conditions would be, or the assumptions would be, all the new businesses that we are launching, somewhere they have to be aligned with our core value proposition. They cannot be extremely tangential.
That has been established. That has been taken as a strategic call. The call came because they were strategically fitting in. So that should not have to be a reason to worry. So just so that in case someone has the doubt, we'll write it down. All the new BUs fit strategically into the vision and mission. So they're not random BUs coming in. They fit into the strategy of the business.
Yeah.
To give you an example, let's say Make My Trip getting into the adjacency of hotels, or let's say into, I don't know, tours and packages. Very natural order of strategic progression, right? So they will not one fine day say, hey, how about we launch a hairdressing salon, right? Sure, I may want to get a haircut if I go on a travel, but that's not a reason for me to get into this business, right? So they will fit into some order of natural adjacency to the core business that they're already doing. So you don't have to worry about it saying, hey, how do I know if you're ever going to do something which is going to be radically out there? No. Let's not get into those kind of radical problem statements.
So then in that case, we have capital, we have resources, we have vision and mission alignment. Then we basically start getting into the next step, which is understanding the market, right?
I don't know. You folks have to convince me.
I think one more thing which I would want to say is, I mean, it's just the question which has gotten the highest upvote is, do we actually have it inside the same app, or which do we create, different apps for that? Something like Swiggy has all the categories in one app, whereas Zerodha has, for investing itself, it has multiple apps. So, do we want to set the boundary condition there as well, that, we just have everything in one, or is it okay to build in multiple apps?
Awesome. So since that is in fact the question which seems to have gotten the most votes, and this is actually a very big strategic choice in itself, right? Now, this is a product strategy question.
Yeah. I have a point to add there, right? I guess the whole idea, the whole session today was, how do you provide visibility to multiple categories? So I guess that question is already answered. It has to be one app.
It's a great question. See, this is where I'd like to open this Pandora's box a little more, because it becomes a very fun and interesting question, right? If the goal is discovery, again, Karan, you have a point of view. Yet another company, yet another individual may have a different point of view. Let's try to hear, and I want you folks to not necessarily fight in the wrong way, but I'd like for you to have a very good detailed discussion, because um, a lot of companies ask this exact same question, right? And this happens in boardrooms. I've seen this personally multiple times over, to a point where we sometimes even have brought in, let's say, someone like a Bain and BCG, because someone felt it was good to bring them into that discussion as well. So you'd be surprised on how much this question creates pain inside organizations. It's not an easy answer. And therefore, I think it's a beautiful question for us to sit and debate. Let's see, how to even ask this question? Because if I recall, even in the community, this came across as a derivative question. Should this be seen as a same app versus a different app problem statement? Should this be seen as maybe framed another way? So let's explore this thought for a moment and see where it leads us and what kind of convictions we build, and at least learn to ask what questions we should ask here, and identify, therefore, what is the right direction. There is no right answer and wrong answer, because for every Swiggy which has done same app, someone can also give the counter and say, well, Blinkit has done it as a separate app. Now, why did that happen? Now, there's a reason for that, right? But it becomes important for us to at least understand when and when not, and then evaluate choices.
Apurva here again. So even before we go to the same app versus a different app, I had another question, right? Because since we have only one business unit, so we'll not be having an homepage giving different category visibilities. So should we even go directly to a homepage giving visibilities, or can we just upsell or cross-sell just to get the kind of an ABs to even understand key what is the potential of every category, and then take a decision key what weighted average or what kind of exposure we need to give on a homepage, right? So more targeted question is, can we just concentrate on Android? Can we just concentrate on a one single city like Bangalore? And can we just start upselling and cross-selling to even dummy CTAs to just understand the customers, interest in that direction, all those kind of things.
Fantastic question as well. So if you were to abstract this, what is the scope of V1? Is it an MVP launch? And if it's an MVP launch, does it necessitate a new app? Like, so now if you see the question that you asked also to a certain extent pushes in the direction of how do you frame the boundary conditions of starting to solve this problem. An MVP could also necessitate how do you think about it at various touch points. And therefore someone could ask, well, if that's the case, why not do a brand new app launch for that as well? All of these are valid questions, right? You can't deny the need to answer these questions. So now that we have opened up Pandora's box again, how do we answer them? Your goal is to convince me now. You have to convince me, because ultimately I have to, put in resources as engineering team, design team to come in and solve this problem statement. And also, before you convince me, you need to convince your fellow product managers as well as to why any of this direction makes sense, or which direction is probably the most logical. And to me, probably a more important question is, are you asking the right questions to evaluate? Because we probably as a team don't have the right data sets to build that conviction. So it doesn't really matter to me what we choose, but what matters is how we choose. And therefore, the questions that you bring to the table right now are probably what I would like to see, that, hey, are you asking the critical set of questions to make such a choice right now? Because none of us have the data, including myself. I don't have any data, be it for BigBasket or Blinkit or Swiggy, to say this is right or wrong. But I can know for sure if you're asking the right question. So let's just focus on the questions. What questions help us answer MVP versus non-MVP approach, same app versus a different app? Because that seems to be the most essential questions that are brimmed to the top of the surface.
I'll share in a thought. I think this will also help the community.
Achin, just so that we have a little bit of more diversity of people participating in, I'd like to bring in a few people who who are now being a little more comfortable raising their hands and also sharing their point of view. So I'm seeing Milind for the first time. Milind, can you share your point of view? Achin,
Yeah.
I don't want to hear your point of view. Just give me some time. Let's give a few people of the opportunity to share their points.
Sure, I just want to expand on the question which has been asked regarding the same app or different app, right? So I'd also like to ask the question, if it's the same app, what is the priority we are defining for the existing BU versus the new proposed BUs? The prioritization would also help us understand how we exactly distribute the real estate and prioritize how the navigation should work.
How does that question help in deciding the choice between old app and new app? Oh, sorry, same app versus a bundle of apps.
It's not for same app versus bundle of apps, but if it's the same app, what would be the priority of existing versus new?
So we'll come to that in a bit. First, let's probably help ascertain, should we have the same app? Should we launch a new app?
Okay, if it's the question about same app versus new app, there will be a next set of questions that we have to ask to understand what is the brand recall of the existing app, and in case we are proposing new business units, what is the connecting point in terms of for the user when he is trying to purchase a product from an existing BU versus a new BU. That's one thing that I feel is important.
Okay, all right. So why don't we do one thing? Since we're going a little deep into, do we need to list the new categories in the same app? I'm just going to take that and create it as a new line item so that you can put your next set of questions in that. So just scroll to the bottom of the screen where I've added this and start asking the next set of logical questions to that. Why is this the most important question? Probably, I think some of us still need to be convinced that why do we start with this? Just because it's got the upward doesn't mean it's the logically right answer, right? I'm also putting that out there. So I need for someone to justify why should we be even asking this question and why should we as a team answer that question? Who can give me a point of view, or who would like to convince the rest of the audience that yes, it has got worth and here is why we think it's the right question to ask?
Just on that, DSK.
Sorry, I see a lot of hands raised. Kiran, while I would love to ask you the question, I'm going to hold you for a bit.
I actually wanted to bring a different point of view, which I guess none of us have touched upon. I'll hold on to it.
Yes, hold on. Okay, who has not got a chance to speak yet? Okay, Rashi, I see your name for the first time. Rashi, what is your question here?
Hey, hi guys. So I actually want to convince us against it. I think we have jumped the gun a little and we are discussing the new categories on the same app or the new app. This means that we are already thinking of a solution. Right now, we don't even know what in these three business segments we want to solve. So probably the first step, which I kind of agree with Kiran, and although even with that, I think the first step, which is out here in the questions mentioned already, should be probably looking into the market and see if there are any competitors or if there is anyone working on this problem or even around this problem, and what are the pain points, or sorry, not problem, business segment, and what are the pain points there, so that we can identify that what do we even need to do about it before figuring out it should be a same app, not the same app, or what should we do from solution point of view. Probably understanding problem space a little better will help us more and come to this decision more easily.
Got it. So if I may paraphrase, Rashi, what you're saying is before we even jump into whether it's a new app versus same app, we may be having to dig a little more into the intrinsic of this new category to understand why and how customers think in that line of business or that line of problem, and see is there any reason to have a separate app.
Yeah, exactly. Like first understand what we need to even do before deciding how we need to do it.
Okay, interesting point of view. That's Rashi's point. Anyone has?
Yeah, I have one more point, DSK. Do we need to put a constraint on the industry that we want to build the app for? The reason being, Zerodha has multiple apps, and the reason they state is downtime on one app should not affect the other app because they they operate in the investment sector, which is a very high risk when it comes to money investing, and also that's their stand. That's the reason they have multiple apps for investing itself, whereas a Swiggy can actually have let's say multiple categories or something in just one app in case something goes down. But it's not, obviously it's a risk, but not just comparing the risk between investing some, if I invest my money via Zerodha and versus I buy groceries or food via Swiggy, those two, the risk is slightly higher on the finance side. So if we can actually decide what the industry should we be looking, I think that would also help us in deciding if it should be a same app or a new app.
So how do we abstract that to something as a common set of questions that we can ask irrespective of the industry? It's a great question. It's a great point that you bring. How do you transform this into a question which allows it to be a little more universal, to say anytime we think about this problem statement, what is the intrinsics I should be investigating so that I understand that if the answer to this is yes, it means new app, but if the answer to it is no, it means old app.
I have certain things, I just need to frame that to make it sound correct. Just give me a moment.
Sure. So why don't you, so if you scroll to the bottom of the sheet, there is that, do we need to list new categories in the same app or new app? How about you put that point of view there, saying, okay, this is the question I would choose to ask. And yes, just write it down there so that it becomes easy. Likewise, Rashi, the question that you're also asking is in a way helping answer the question, same app or new app. So while you're taking the counter view also helps answer the question, why same app, why new app? And it's coming from a different lens.
Yeah, no, I agree, because it will help us go there. But first, I think we should figure out what we need to do.
Agreed. So maybe why don't you write down your point of view as well in that?
Yeah, I will add it.
Cool. So now that we're starting to get into a little more of nitty-gritties, I think now it's important to introduce one more boundary condition so that we have some frame of reference, because as I think one of you had mentioned right now, what if the industry plays a role in deciding so that it doesn't become too abstract? How about you folks take a pick on which company you would like to use as a mental model for this discussion? I leave it to you. I'd like for you all to vote and decide. So that way it's driven by consensus, not what Deepak thinks is the right industry to go after. As a group, agree and align on what you would like to pick. And we'll go with the one that serves best for most of us. So feel free to use the chat, or you can probably start writing in one line above here. I'm just going to create another, or just go to the boundary conditions tab. In that, let's write down app of choice to discuss and debate about. So just scroll up to boundary condition, and I've just written a line called app of choice. Write down apps and put a score of vote against what you'd like to pick.
App of choice or industry of choice?
App of choice will be easier. That way, we have a little more specificity, because then within an industry, someone could have a different point of view. And also having a visual of the app, a visual of the industry, the visual of the customer can help in thinking a little better.
Hi, Deepak, Mohit here.
So yes, Mohit.
So while I agree that industry could define, industry could create some boundary conditions, I also feel there should be some metrics to prioritize the business units and where we'll be placing them on our app. before we decide whether we need a different app or whether we want to place all those into one single app, how do we prioritize between the three more business units that we are planning to launch? Let's say, for example, forward comes above luxury category in Myntra app. Similarly, let's say you want to showcase flights above or first, and then train segment later on. So how do we decide visually which comes first and which comes second?
I agree. So again, you folks have to convince yourself as to what is the most important problem statement to start with. Like I said, all of these are important problems. Which amongst us the first set of questions you should start with? You need to convince yourself first. You need to agree and align. So right now, it seems most people seem to be drawn by the consensus as should we start with the same app or new app? And that in itself, that's why we're starting this debate. And I'm not going to say that the question you're asking is not important. You need to convince the others as to why this is the most important problem to start with. And then I'll share at the end what I think is a good set of logical opening questions.
BSK, do
Hi,
you think
Deepak.
the time I talk about the one perspective?
Yes, now Kiran, sorry, I held you back for too long.
Because that's one direction I have not seen a lot of this discussion happen. And that usually is the case with product companies, some of them. Right?
Yes,
Which
yes,
is basically the user centricity part, right? Who's your user, right? With the new product you're building, how does the user perceive the product you're adding? What was your primary product? The remaining product you're adding, does that match with it? Does it complement it? Does it not complement it? And if it does not complement it, if it has to be a different app, how do you get the visibility? How do you tackle the learning curve? How do you bring people to that different app? Right. So I guess we till now we have been discussing a lot of business, a lot of strategy, a lot of what kind of product. We have not spoken of the user, right? So think from a user's standpoint. Product A, your primary product, versus the product B, C, D that you're introducing. How well do they complement each other?
Got it. Beautiful point. Again, Kiran, now you have to convince the audience.
Yes. So I guess once we pick on a app of choice, I guess that's when I'll bring the reason why we should follow.
Okay, all right. So I hope nobody's picking Myntra only because I'm from Myntra. It doesn't have to be the case. Unless, of course, you folks all love Myntra, which is great. Good to know. Oh, wow. So I thought for a moment everyone's going to delete the tree and it goes to 0. All right. It appears that Myntra for the moment seems to be taking the lead. Okay, cool. So assume we are all at Myntra then, just in the interest of speed, and we have a common platform that we can discuss and debate about. So let's stop with adding the app of choice. I'm going to now add the boundary condition that it's going to be Myntra introducing 3 new lines of business. Now, if it helps, I'm going to also write down those 3 new lines of business. To make it super simple again, we're going to go with what Myntra has already done as business lines. It doesn't mean the solution that they've done is right. So don't get caught into that frame of thinking, right? The 3 new lines of business that we're going to focus on are: one, it's going to be Gen Z. The second is luxury. And the third, to add us a little bit of googly, is social commerce. So this is the new line of businesses that Myntra is going to get into.
What is social commerce?
Great question. How would you like to define it?
I don't know. There are 2 different words mixed right now. I don't know how to define it. That's the question.
So how about the team takes a stab at it? Okay, maybe let's simplify it. Let's introduce things which are a little more easier. Okay, so I will try to, I just brought in social commerce to bring in a little bit of complexity into this discussion. So we can define social commerce as a case where influencers create content which drives commerce. We'll keep it at that. So I'm going to write it down. Influencers creating content to drive commerce. Gen Z, again, business decision of how we're defining it. Gen Z is Shein / Zudio equivalent in Myntra. Luxury is premium brands being sold on Myntra. Example, what's a good luxury brand I could? How many of you folks are, say, familiar with a brand like Under Armour? Okay, cool. I see a reasonable number of heads nodding. So we're going to use that as a reference point. Just to add a few more, maybe add in, let's say, Calvin Klein. Just trying to add a few more examples so that there is some common set of brand names that help bring in that nuance. Cool. So now your boundary conditions are set. I'm just going to be deleting all of these other apps of choice. So now Myntra wants to introduce Gen Z, wants to introduce luxury, wants to introduce social commerce. And we're already doing well with fashion in tier 1 and urban markets and a set of entry-level brands. We feel, again, just so that there's a little more of strategic narrative that comes in, we're seeing that Zudio is growing super fast in India. We see that a lot of Gen Z loves to buy fashion, and we feel we have the right to win because we own the supply chain. We have the manufacturing capability. We understand fashion really well, and we want to create a new line of clothing specifically targeting Gen Z, which looks at ultra, the price points are lower, and also the buying pattern is such that they tend to buy fashion almost once every 2 weeks to a month. And they like to buy that which is trending on Instagram, right? So that's like the mental model of the Gen Z customer and what you want to replicate as Shein and Studio within Myntra. Luxurious, we're going after the HNIs and urban market. We see that there's a lot of premiumization happening in the market. You see these customers being more aspirational, and they used to previously buy mass premium brands. And now you're seeing an opportunity that they want to, instead of buying a regular jeans at say 1999, they're willing to spread their wallet and go 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees higher and buy slightly more premium brands. So previously they used to be comfortable buying a Reebok or an Adidas or a Nike. And now they're like, well, I want to differentiate myself a little more. I want to be a little more stylish. And the way I'd like to be a little more stylish is by buying a brand such as Under Armour or Calvin Klein. The reason why we're getting into social commerce is to say that commerce now is starting on media platforms such as Instagram or YouTube. And people seem to be looking at what influencers are creating as content on these platforms. And therefore, we think we have an opportunity to say that ultimately you have to buy those clothing articles. YouTube can't fulfill, Instagram can't fulfill. And even if they have integration, their selection range is limited. So we have the right to win there by introducing social commerce, wherein we have the selection capability. We don't have the media capability, but because commerce is harder than media, we think we have the right to win, and we will be able to bring in influencers and media onto our platform. Now, if this is the context, and now you have a user understanding of how customers think, what do you think we should do next? Now you have the user understanding. And I hope now, Kiran, it helps answer that nuance. And I think Sakshi as well, or I think someone else raised the exact similar point, saying we should know a little bit more about the users to even decide which direction to go to. I think it was Rashi. Now you have that context. You know why we're doing this as a business lens. You know the mental model of the customers, be it Gen Z, be it luxury or social commerce. With this context, what do you think we should do next? Should we still ask the question of same app versus different app? Is there anything else we should be asking? What should we be asking? Bear in mind, this mental model works well in any other context as well, because if you were for a moment to take a step back and say, hey, does this apply to a PayTM if they're launching a new business line? The answer remains yes. If you were to take this in the context of, say, Adobe and they're launching a new line of products, it does matter to understand who the customer is, because knowing them a little more in detail as to how they think, why they think, when they think, where they think, can help you find out where to fit your business in your ecosystem. Because this is an outside-in view we are bringing into the business. These customers, so you will have customers who are part of your ecosystem who will also start overlapping. Okay, maybe I'm spilling the beans a little too early. I'll stop speaking right now. Back to you folks. What do you think we should ask next now?
Yeah,
now
I
you
can
have
take a
context.
stab at it. I can take a stab at it, Deepak, if
Yeah,
that's okay.
go for it, Akash.
Yeah, if you can scroll down, I mentioned my jot my thoughts there. I think mine is point 2 in the question. Yeah. So we would ideally ask, are the new categories being served? Are they serving the same target audience vis-a-vis a different target audience? The vision question we can scrap because we already put it in our boundary conditions. We could also look at competitors. Where are our competitors in the similar space investing in their resources? What are they doing? Just to get an idea of what the rest of the market is doing. Do we want to follow them? Do we want to be a first mover ourselves? And discoverability, in the sense that Myntra is a fashion app. Do I want to, I'm just taking an example here. For social commerce, do I want to branch out into a new app that I tag under commerce apps, or do I keep it within the fashion app? What do I want as a product head to do? So all of these questions we should ask, and that would help us decide whether we want to keep it in the same app or a different app.
Got it. Okay. So here's what I would request you folks. So this is a good line of thinking, right? What else questions should be asking? So right now, I'm not so worried about the answers that we get as much as the questions that we're asking, because the questions will show how broad we go and how deep we go, right? The answers, again, contextual to what we know at this point of time. So I'm looking for more questions. So these are a good set of questions. What else should we be asking?
Deepak, one more, Kirti this side.
Yes.
So one more thought that come to mind is what the brand image of the company or org is like. For example, when Grofers shifted to quick commerce, they completely rebranded themselves because the image of Grofers was very different. Similarly, we can say for Flipkart versus Shopsy. Flipkart is targeting the type of tier 1, tier 2 customer, whereas Shopsy is more targeting towards tier 2, 3, and 4 and above. So that's also, I think, one of the perspective to decide whether the brand image plays a role in the deciding this factor, whether we should go with a totally new app or do addition into existing app. For example, if we say about Myntra, all the 3 categories that they ventured into was very much aligned with the existing customer. They were buying into Gen Z and luxury products, and also they are heavy users of Instagram. But if we would have targeted share chat customer, then it would not have been right direction to integrate the social commerce in this existing app. So that's also one point that I was thinking of. One more point I was thinking of is the customer journey need to be customized for these different business unit. If we say why PhonePe added all the different business in the existing app, we can say that all the different type of payment required same kind of user journey. But if we take example of BigBasket versus BB Now, they required somewhat different journey because you are ordering for the next day versus you are ordering for the 1 week completely. So the customer journey slightly differ there, though the customer is very same, and the category is also very same, but the user journey needed some modification, and that's why they went ahead with 2 different apps. So these are the 2 factors I think we can consider.
Got it. Okay. All right. More perspectives. Again, all of you have to come to a consensus on what are the questions we need to ask. So I'm seeing some good questions that are coming in. What else should we be asking?
Dear Apurva here, it's fine, kya?
Oh, go for it.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, having experience, I have a very practical question as ki how much of independence we have as a product team, right? That matters a lot. And assuming we have a lot of independence, I'm going in the next direction.
Assume you have independence.
So, I would rather, still, though we have made it more from the abstract version, we have come to a direction. Still, the 3 categories that you have called out are not that straightforward, right? Though it is related to Myntra, it is related to shopping and clothing as a thing, but specifically social commerce and from where we are drawing inspiration, Gen Z from where we are drawing inspiration, right? So it would make more sense to attack each of those categories separately, go a bit more deeper into them, understand all the pain points. For example, to keep it more concise, let's just pick up the social commerce point of view. You rightly said that people are already consuming a lot of content on Instagram, a lot of content on YouTube. So rather than replicating it, I'm saying we should start asking more questions in the direction, does it make more sense to tie up with Instagram or tie up with YouTube, where, we have a CTA there, or we have a top of the funnel entry point to people who get influenced, and there they direct to Myntra, right? Rather than starting from scratch, build the whole platform for social commerce, bringing in influencers, bringing in customers also to consume those influencers and then shop.
Great question. I would say for a moment, let's park this as the boundary condition of the strategic choice, saying that we think the long-term benefit comes by building our own network grounds up rather than doing a partnership. Assume for a moment that's the boundary condition that is being said. So let me add that as well. Good that you bring that point, so that there could be someone else as well who had the exact same strategic thinking. Why not do a partnership? In this case, let's assume for a moment that we believe there's a long-term benefit in building this network grounds up, as opposed to going down the route of doing a partnership. If that condition were to be true, what should we be asking?
You are speaking on mute, Apurva.
Yeah, really sorry. I would say that now with this boundary condition in place, it makes a different problem statement for that business vertical itself. It would not be the same metric that I would move maybe in a Gen Z versus this, right? Like for example, Gen Z, it would be selling more clothes, right? With particular to Gen Z, giving an example. While in the social commerce, it would be more about bringing in more influencers, bringing in more content consumption, even before going to the metric of selling more clothes to the users, right? So these are the points which we need to start asking more questions about, and then think about same app and all these, cross sell, upsell, or a different app and all those things. It makes more sense then later is what I feel.
So what are you going to convince your fellow product managers here? How do we agree on a line? We have to come to a consensus, guys.
Yeah, I understand.
Sorry,
so
folks,
guys,
we have to come to a consensus.
We need to attack
all great points
separately.
How do you agree?
Yeah, I feel we need to attack categories separately, ask questions with nuances to those categories, and then come to a conclusion where we are discussing and going round and round for the past hour.
Welcome to the real world, my friend. See, that's the reason why I've kept this slightly more open-ended, because what happens in the real world is a lot closer to this as well, where everyone is going to come in with very strong opinions. And I'm using the word opinions because more often than not, sometimes there's a lack of data. And it's just a case of who has the ability to tell convincing stories and get everybody alongside. And this is kind of like a prepping ground for you to start convincing people to agree to your point of views, not by force, but by logical reasoning. And that's why even if we are able to cover maybe 2 to 3 segments in today's discussion, you've gone through that cycle of trying to build conviction, influence this audience to change their point of view, so that tomorrow when you go back to work, you're able to apply this. Because it's going to be very easy for me to say, guys, this is the right way of thinking, go about doing it. And you'll also be like, yes, Deepak has said it, so maybe it's true, right? That's not really fun, right? I want you folks to convince and agree and align and say that, yes, this seems to be the most sort of important questions, right? So as of now, most people felt the most logical set of questions to start with, and it came out as from a rating point of view, is should we start with new app and versus going down the same path of the existing app? But now some of you have started to voice out saying that, hey, to even answer such a question, we need to do a lot of preemptive thinking. Like there's a lot of other questions that we need to understand that will help us to organically arrive at the question of whether it's a new app or old app. And now I'm starting to see questions in those directions. Hey, what is the customer's behavior? How do they think about this category? What are the intrinsic behind these categories? So now, some of you will still say, no, that's really not required. If I answer that question, it can lead me to these questions as well. So agree and align and bring me to an understanding so that I can say that, yes, in alignment. Or sorry, folks, it seems that you guys don't want to agree at this point of time. So come to a conclusion. What is the set of questions we should be asking? Where do we start with? I want to see one unified set of questions. Convince yourself. Right now, I'm seeing too much diversity. Like at least the previous questions had a little bit of more stronger cohesion. Now that we're going into the nitty-gritties of problem solving, I'm not seeing that alignment. Come on, folks, align yourself. We're against the... Okay, let me bring a little more real-world pressure. We need to ship things out fast.
Okay, maybe I can give a bit of a nudge there. BSK. Right. Again, like sort of to summarize, right? We have decided we are launching 1+3 brands. And I guess somewhere we are still convinced, should we do it? I guess based on the fact that we have picked up Myntra and the subcategories are very related. I guess we all are seeing which direction this goes, right? But I guess to even solidify that, what is important is, and I'm also saying this because each one of those sub brands has its own, it's like a subcategory or a sub brand that you're building. So each one of these, I guess probably the next step that we need to do is, what is a 5-year moonshot for each one of them, right? What is your 2-year product roadmap in the sense of what is it that I want to build, right? Because that I feel will help you prioritize each one of them, right? Which one is the bigger bet? Where do I put more of my money? And which do you think, like what just DSK mentioned right now, if I have to go live in the next 6 months, which one would gain the maximum traction and bring in more money for that matter, right? And critical part of this, very typical product manager expectation is how do you define success for some of these, right? What are your key objectives and what are your OKRs at the end of it? I get once we have some of these, if we align on these, that's where the solutioning part, it's still far away. That was my nudge.
Got it. So let's do this. Let's put in a few more boundary conditions, right? All three are equally important. I'm making your life harder. Okay. Now, for a moment, let's assume that we have big bets for all of them. Let's assume Myntra is doing maybe $1 billion in GMV. And let's say in the next year, forget maybe 6 months, sorry, 2 years out, 5 years out, to build conviction that we're actually doing good in this business, we would like for them to hit at least $100 million run rate, each of these businesses. So goal is 100 mil run rate by 12 months from now.
So basically what we are suggesting is all three businesses have equal priorities. And as a product, we are going to focus on all of them together with equal time and everything. Got it.
Yes. You'll get, therefore, adequate support from the leadership for that. You'll get the right amount of manpower. You will get the right amount of funding. I'm not going to say, sorry, guys, less is more. So figure out how to do it right now. Making your life a little more easier right now. You will get adequate engineering, design, finance, operations, marketing support to pull this off, right? So we're not going to get into effort estimation justifications. Don't worry about all of those. Given that we have such an ambition that by the end of the year, we want to hit $100 million run rate, all three are equally important. You have the strategic priorities, which means all three are equal. Not any one of them is not lesser important than the other. I want us to win in all three domains. We have the firepower to achieve that. Given that we have the firepower to achieve that, what do you want to do next? What question would you want to ask for each of these three businesses? How will you then decide?
Hey DSK, hi, Nidaya.
Yes.
Yes. Given this context that this sounds like a golden moment, we have everything, every resources on the point, makes it a golden situation for us to join in and, yeah. So hypothetically speaking, when we have no nuances of, bringing in that, okay, we have the resources and everything, and all the three categories, seeing that all three are on top priority. One question I think we should be also looking at is the distribution line. And one more point of view that I wanted to add is what is that innovation angle among these three categories that we want to bring in, right? And how do we innovatively bring in as a GTM? How do we bring all of this into a one anchor point? What is that one innovation anchor point among these business unit lines that, hey, we are gonna go tomorrow and gonna, solve for XYZ, but how are we actually putting ourselves out there as, the new business, something that we are solving for, but what are we actually, anchoring for? What is that new innovation point that we are bringing to the market? What is the GTM for an innovation?
It's a good question, but is that question relevant to answer the problem statement we're dealing with right now? We want to solve for figuring out how do we best promote this new line of business. That is a separate discussion to say what is innovation, where do we do the differentiation? Do we need to answer that question in real life? The answer is yes. But to answer this specific question, how do we promote these three new lines of businesses that have come in? How does this question help answer that? Is there any line of thinking that connects these two?
I don't think so. I think it's a question to be asked a bit later after we figure out.
Apurva, let me answer. So basically, what I would think of at this point is, DSK, if you're looking at this question and a line of going with these three verticals, right, as a product or, as a business. So this is a question as we think. I would not say that it would be a P0, but this would come as a point of conversation as a P1 next as we move ahead. So that would be like a P1.
Maybe let's do one thing. When we cross the P0, let's bring this question up again and then see where it fits in the stack rank of important answer.
Yes.
Got it. Great. So now that you know the scope is mobile, we know the scope is one successful business unit launching three. The three new businesses fit strategically with the vision and mission. The three business lines are Gen Z, luxury, and social commerce. You know that for social commerce, we believe it's going to be beneficial to build our own networks ground up. All three are equally important, and they have to hit $100 million run rate by the end of the year. You have all the support from leadership. No worries. I'm not going to throw you under the bus. You'll get the funding. You'll get tech team. You'll get design team. You'll have enough PMs. You'll have enough analysts. You'll have enough marketing firepower. You have all of that. What do we do now? Give me a conviction. Give me a plan as to what and how you're going to help me figure out how is the business going to grow? How are customers going to discover these new lines of business? And how do we think about getting customers to do business on these new business lines?
Yeah.
DSK, I have sorry.
Sorry, who are the two folks who are speaking?
It was
So,
Apurva and
I
there
was
was
one of them.
Okay, Apurva, maybe I'll give you a 10-second break because
yeah.
you've been speaking a little long. Kriti.
Yeah. So thank you, Deepak. So I feel that now that we have everything ready, so the first thing that we should do is think of the GTM for all of these three different BUs. And in the GTM, we should identify the different personas. We should also start to identify the dependencies, if there are any, between these three different BUs amongst the operations, amongst the functions, and have an overall strategy of how we are going to actually deploy these three BUs. Do we want to do them one after the other, or if we start all three of them together? So is there any dependency there, and what will be the overall rollout plan in terms of the personas, the value proposition? So that is what I think we should be working on.
Okay, all right. Is that where we should start from, though?
Devising a high-level product strategy and a GTM strategy, yes, I feel that is where we should start with.
Okay, all right. Any other different points of view?
Apurva here. If someone else is not going, I can go ahead.
Okay, Apurva, after I'll let you speak, and then I think there are a few more folks who are raising their hand. We'll let them speak as well.
I lowered my hand.
Oh, how generous of you. Apurva, definitely will hear you, but let's just get a few more folks to share in their point of views, and then I'll let you share your heartfelt set of perspectives. Okay, who is the person? I think it was Rashi, I think, who came on camera suddenly and wanted to raise a point of view.
Yes, thanks, Apurva. I think what you guys are saying, right, Kriti and the other lady, it's right, like GTM strategy will come in, but I think what we have not done, the first step still, is figuring out what do we even need to do, doing that research to figure out what are the things which we need to do in order to make this business take off. Because on top of that, that's how we will build a strategy. Like, what will be the input for the strategy, which might be the go-to-market strategy, or the strategy which will help us meet this goal of $100 million by the end of the year. We need to figure out what, and to figure out that what, we need to understand what are the pain points which already exist, or what are the opportunities which already exist in that area. So I think that is where we should start with, figuring out in these three segments what is something which we can do, which is not being done, or what is the problem we can solve which is not being solved right now, and then go about figuring out how to do it and figuring out the other strategies around it and build a detailed roadmap. But I think that first, what do we need to do, is something we still don't know, and why, the clarification of why is also something which we need to think of.
Okay, all right. That's Rashi's point of view. Anyone else have a widely divergent point of view? Yes.
Sorry.
Shall I speak?
Yeah, I think. Sorry, go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Jatin.
Yep. Yeah. Basically, I think my actually view is that before going into that stage, we should do some market research to understand in terms of having those persona. Like you could have your Gen Z persona, luxurious and all the stuff. Do the research in terms of like whether the problem that we are solving, whether that is the right problem or not. before before going into the next stage. That's what my thoughts are, because I personally feel that yes, means yes, we have got these three areas which we are looking into it, but before we think about go-to-market strategy, we need to the understand from the user needs whether this is the right problem, whether we are solving or not. Yeah.
Could you elaborate that a little more, Jatin? What do you mean? Is this the right problem to solve?
So for example, like you actually mentioned that whether we would like let's say for example we come up with some of the features which you have mentioned to build it on an existing app or on a new app. Now, if we could like mention those categories to actually the Gen Z customers to basically get some like some high level view whether are they using some other app which is actually solving this actually problem, or do you think that when Myntra actually would actually launch, is the market like saturated, or is it there is still scope for some of these new things to basically grow up? Because if you have $100 million market and almost like 80 or $90 million market has been taken by other competitors, and if you are still pitching in with your new functionality or with your new app, whether there is still scope for us to even go ahead or not. So I was thinking more from that perspective. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me try to. It's an interesting point that you bring, but then it also means that there's probably a lot of folks who still haven't uh, understood the sequencing in which we're trying to solve, right? It's good that you brought this up, Jatin. See, as a company right now, right, we're at that stage where a strategic choice has been taken, right? So when we're entering into the phase where we're saying that we want to focus on Gen Z, or we want to focus on luxury, or where we want to focus on social commerce, as part of the strategy work, we have identified that these are the right markets to play. There is sufficient headroom for growth, which means if we start playing this game today, you still have a lot of runway to go capture the market. These are incredibly large markets. We have already identified the fact that there are gaps in the market by doing customer research. We have already built the conviction on what will be differentiation factors. We have already identified who are the right set of sub personas within this market to focus, etc. So we've done all of that groundwork to build that strategic confidence to say that Gen Z is the right set of people to go after and what is required from a Gen Z point of view. For example, if we say that our focus or strategy is Gen Z, we would have identified what is the right price point to sell them at. We would have identified the right kind of styles and designs that is required. We have not executed upon it yet, but we know what that subset of designs that are going to be sold to them looking like. We know what is missing in the market. So we'd have done some form of competitive study to understand and say, hey, in the market right now, who are the people who are catering to Gen Z? We will see that there is maybe a Sarojini market in Delhi, which sells unbranded goods. We would also be seeing that there are entry-level brands coming in from, I don't know, new D2C brands. We would have identified the likes of Zudio playing this game. We would have identified that Agio is doing this. By evaluating this entire competitive landscape, we would have find out the points of differentiation which gives us the right to win. So we would have said that, hey, in order to win, we need a couple of foundational solves. We would need the right kind of selection, and that selection is going to boil down to the kind of designs that are going to be made. We need to have the right kind of pricing. To get pricing right, we would have done the right kind of sourcing needs to fall into place so that your materials come a lot more cheaper. You would figure out the right kind of supply chain to put in place so that the cost of moving material from sourcing to manufacturing to finally the customer is streamlined enough to keep those costs very low. You need to find out the right kind of product experience so that these customers can come to your app and thereafter go make these purchases. You would be focusing on the right kind of infrastructure for delivery to pull all of. So all of this would have been identified as the rights to win to execute upon. A part of that problem statement is how do we get customers to now discover this new product line or business line that we're launching? So all of that legwork that goes into differentiation, value proposition, design, etc., has been thought about. You have built that conviction. It's with that conviction that we are choosing to attack this problem statement, right? Now that we have the conviction, the question that business is asking is, you now know that we need to achieve this. What, from the product standpoint, are you going to do to help drive discovery of this business and therefore leading towards decision and commerce? Now, you can decide, you want to do a app, you want to do 10 apps, the choice is yours. You're going to say that you want to let marketing do the heavy lifting, product do the lesser heavy lifting, the choice is yours. Given that you have that ambit to play with, we now as a product team need to ask the question, where do we start this journey from? So let's for a moment keep aside all strategy questions. We have built that conviction. We need to focus on this market. All of the elements pertaining to strategy have been answered. Now, that said, some of you may still have doubts on what is a strategy question versus what is a product specific question. And I think that's where I'm seeing a lot of dichotomy happening. And that is probably a good thing as well, because it shows how and why we're not able to differentiate a strategy problem statement from a product solutioning problem statement. And therefore, these should actually be coming as clarifying questions as opposed to product solutioning questions. Does that make sense?
Yes. It does make sense. Yeah, I think we are moving toward the more of a product discovery stage, where we're gonna have to think about more from a from a need point of view, from a value point of view, more of a so makes sense. Yep. Thanks.
So right now, given all of the strategic narratives, the bigger, larger question remains that, hey, we have to launch these 3 new businesses. How are you going to? So the business is very clear now. We need to grow, but they're at ground zero state. We have about a year to get this business in motion and prove that we are able to validate this hypothesis. We believe that we have the right to win, but it does not mean that we will. So we have to do the right things to do that. A part of that problem statement is definitely saying, okay, what is the core value proposition? What is the core experience? That's what the question that Nida asked as well, right? Assume for a moment there is another product team that is solving for that problem statement. Let's not worry about that. If you have got the right to win, if you have figured out the right experience, the problem still remains, as with any product, be it a startup as well, that when you launch, people need to know about it. People need to come explore this product. People need to come explore this line of business. And it needs to happen not once, but multiple times, right? Once is marketing. You do a fanfare, you do this big PR launch, you do this. But we do know in today's world that product can also supplant marketing. You're not limited and constrained to a TV ad, a newspaper ad, a radio ad, etc., to let people know about your product. That worked in an era of physical products, but digital products give you a new superpower altogether. Knowing that you have these superpowers, as a product team, you've been given that responsibility to figure out how do you use products to solve for this discovery problem statement, right? Therein comes the question, what should we ask as questions which will help us ascertain? Definitely, no doubts, a part of that question statement leads to the strategy of, should we even think about a new app or should we be solving within an existing app? But is that where we should be solving from? Or are there prior set of questions that we should be asking which will lead us organically down this path? And that's what I'm trying to help us push our thinking in that direction. What are the leading set of opening questions which is help us organically arrive at that thought process? So one way is definitely to start inorganically to say that, hey, should we ask new app versus old app? Or sorry, new app versus bundling, yada. But is there a slightly more organic way we may arrive at that question? What are the leading set of questions we should be asking for? Again, what questions? That's what matters. The answer is very subjective. But are we able to at least think in that direction. I think a few of you started prodding in that direction, and I'm trying to see if that set of individuals can build a little more conviction and convince the others to take them in that direction.
Hello?
Yes, I think that's Tanveet who's now trying to speak, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Yes. Hi,
Over
DSK.
it.
So I just want to understand. So I'm not a product manager. I've not worked in product management before. You can probably call me an aspiring product manager.
Even better. You have no bias from the world of product management.
Yeah. So my question comes from understanding from a layman perspective.
Right.
Because I wrote this question, I think in the previous category of questions, but I don't think this question was covered. I just want to understand from a layman perspective, what does the word discovery even mean? Like, what does product discovery mean? And how is it? Because I understand marketing, I understand getting eyeballs. I don't know what discovery means. So, in my mind, discovery and marketing are the same things. And I know product discovery is a term which is used primarily by product managers. So could you just help me understand what does product discovery, or sorry, category discovery or product discovery even mean in layman terms? And how is it different from marketing?
All righty, Tanveet. Someone finally asked this question. How many of
was
you...
was I able to articulate my doubt, or is my question not clear?
It's a fantastic question. How many of you feel we should be answering this question?
I think we should have answered this question much before. If you have missed it, then yeah, we should have answered it before.
And I was hoping that, and this is also one of the beauties of product management, and therefore, for a moment, stepping outside of the shoes and having that fresh pair of eyes to bring us back to the absolute fundamentals. We have gone straight into so many things, and thank you, Tanveet, for finally bringing it up. Perhaps what really matters more is we're trying to get into solving the problem, but do we know and agree on what is the definition of discovery and navigation in the first place, so that we again have a very clear boundary statement of how to think about this problem statement?
Yeah, that second question that you can see on the screen, right? That second question, what does that? I wrote that question, so I didn't really understand what it means.
It's beautiful that you bring this point. And I think maybe Kiran, you may recall, in fact, when we were trying to solve this problem at Myntra, this was like it took, even in a company like Myntra, it took a very long time, because as we started diving into solutions, we started realizing that how each of us understood the word discovery and navigation itself was so varied, right? Every single person, and these are damn smart people, right? Every single person had such a different point of view on what discovery even meant, and therefore what this problem means in the first place, that we couldn't agree on a line. And that took such a long time. So, in fact, perhaps the most important question, forget the user, forget the business, forget whether a new app or old app, is what does discovery mean? Like, where does it begin and where does it end? Where does navigation start and where does it end? Where does marketing stand and where does it end? How do we even put a boundary condition so that we have some definition to operate, which is deterministic, which means we can keep using this definition repeatedly over a period of time, so that there's no ambiguity in how we frame this problem. So that even when we're trying to understand the customer, we know what is the discovery problem in their world. If we did not know what a discovery problem meant, we will probably even miss what they mean when they're solving that problem statement in the real world. So if you're doing an investigation of the customer behavior, they may be actually solving a discovery problem, but because we didn't define discovery, we'll be completely missing out that behavior. And we'll be like, oh, I thought this was something else. And you'll be probably focusing on something else in reality. So knowing what a word means really matters. And the problem is each of us have such a varied dictionary. Each of us use every word in such loose terms. For example, strategy, something I've been harping on in this conversation for such a long time. Strategy means something different for everybody. Therefore, when Kiran approaches this, he has a notion of what discovery means. Someone like Tanvi who has never done product management is like, dude, I don't know what the hell you're talking about discovery. Like, matlab, discovery is being thrown around with so much freedom. I don't even know where this problem starts and ends. Someone who's done some degree of product management in, let's say, an enterprise company, discovery could be something else altogether for them. So when you have such a large audience, when we are using words and language is the foundation of how we understand each other. So while all of these are fantastic questions, the most basic is how do we make sure that all of us understand each other? And it has taken us, wow, close to about an hour and a half to come to something as simple and yet so powerful as asking, what does navigation mean? What does discovery mean? Somebody has asked us to solve them. How do you know the leader is asking, what is the leader's point of view on discovery? Do I know what he's thinking about? He's freely said, go solve the navigation problem. What on earth is navigation? Is it Google Maps? Does he mean he wants me to put Google Maps into this? How do I differentiate between discovery and navigation? How do I understand that? Where does it begin? Where does it end? So while all of these are great questions that you folks are asking, I think sometimes it's even more important to go many, many steps backwards to understand the very foundation of the questions we're trying to ask, because otherwise it's so easy to get caught up with very predefined understandings that we may not be able to cover the breadth and true depth of this problem statement in its entirety. And more so, while all of you are absolutely right that we should be looking at the customer, I'm not denying that at all. But in order to even understand that customer and know what is a discovery problem statement in their world, you need to know what discovery is and agree and align on that definition. Because one of you may go and do that homework, somebody else may say, but there's not a discovery problem. There's actually something else. Do you then take that as fact, or do you then say that, okay, this is not a discovery problem and throw that fact away? So if we don't have that alignment, it's so easy to again disagree on what even the customer says and where does it fit into their customer journey and how is it related to the problem we're solving for. So Tanvi, as a person who's not a product manager, you've brought in perhaps one of the most beautiful points into this conversation. And that's why it's so important as product managers not to get so caught up with our world views of thinking and our preemptive biases and our wiring, and really, really go back to what I would call as a childlike way of looking at the world. Because our preconditioning makes us think in certain ways. And that bias to execute, bias to solutioning makes us miss on some very, very fundamental things. And that's why I believe children are the greatest product managers. They go to absolute fundamentals. They, for a moment, forget all this complexity and they ask the most foundational question saying, what do you mean by this? Help me understand this. And when we ask those kind of very beautiful questions, we start, we have not even thought about this and we have already jumped 20, 30 levels into the future, because what is the foundation of product management? Speak to customers, understand business problems, know what a metric is, prioritize. That wiring makes us forget the most foundational things. And when you forget these foundations, disagreement happens, misalignment happens, scope creep happens, and scope definition becomes faulty. So going to foundations, going to the principles, going to the absolute nitty-gritties of basics sometimes is so powerful, but it's what we forget. And it has taken us quite a number of hours to get to appreciate and understand it. So I'm glad that we have finally come to perhaps the most basic question. Now that we know that we need to ask this question, what does discovery mean? What does navigation mean? Who wants to take a stab at that? So can we start by trying to write down, and I want to see how much madness comes from that. What does discovery mean? What does navigation mean?
So Deepak, I'd like to take a stab at what does discovery mean.
So for a moment, rather than speaking that, it's not that I don't want you to speak. No, I want you to first write it down. Let's write down, what does discovery mean? So I'm seeing folks only writing the definition of discovery. I want you to write definitions for both discovery and navigation. All righty. Let's see. Wow, there are a ton of definitions. Cool. So, as always, you have to now convince each other on what is the right or the most agreed upon definition of discovery and navigation. Who's going to start trying to influence the audience? And what I'd like for you to do is, as you go through all the other definitions, please put your vote and scores against that definition or expressions which you believe now is a better way of answering what discovery and navigation means. And then if you see that your narrative has changed, you can go about, oh, wow.
Looks like someone hit a...
Oh, no, thankfully, Google Docs is foolproof. It doesn't allow those kind of things. Just be careful when you're editing. A lot of folks have put in a lot of pain to write down a lot of definitions. Okay, Kriti, you wanted to start off by sharing your perspective. So I'm going to bring a little bit of a twist to how I'm going to ask you to express. One is to give your definition as you have written it down. What I'd like for you to do as part of this exercise is also demonstrate to the audience how that definition applies to certain real-world examples. Now, the reason why I ask for you to do that is the challenge with the definition is it's a little bit of abstraction at the end of the day. And a good definition has to fit into some context of the real world. So that's where the pressure testing happens for a definition. To give you some illustration, slightly tangential, right?
Yes, absolutely.
One person was to say, hey, this person is my friend, right? Now, a friend could mean different things for different individuals. You'll have to give some example of why is that person a friend? What qualifies them a friend? What doesn't make them an acquaintance? What does not make them a best friend? Like, if you're not able to bring in that level of detailing, it becomes difficult to apply that in a real world context. So what I want you to do is take maybe another minute as well. If you have the examples ready, great, no problem at all. But if you don't, take another minute to think about what does your definition mean and how are you able to precisely apply that definition to some real world examples so that people who are listening to your narrative as well feel that, hey, I now can connect what Kriti is saying as a definition with some real world. Now, it may or may not be true that that definition connects with that actual situation. That is your interpretation. I'm not for a moment now going to say whether it is the right definition or wrong definition. Your goal is to convince people. That's about it. I will then share my point of view. But then I also have an expert in the house like Kiran, who can then also, I would like to bring in to chime in to share how he sees some of these problem statements. But let's let the team go through this journey of trying to put a very clear definition, and a good definition should be able to be pressure tested under multiple conditions. And therefore, that's what I want the audience also to debate. And the reason I'm bringing in this real world nuance is, for example, when we did this exact same exercise at Myntra, people went around. So we did this for many products. For example, when we talked about a concept such as impulse purchase, we spent, I think if I'm not wrong, an entire day just trying to agree what is impulse purchase. Someone said, hey, but if I did this, do you consider this impulse purchase? Somebody said, but what if I did this after that? It became, when you actually apply a definition to the real world is when you start realizing when does it work and when does it fail. And we need to therefore put that pressure test to know where does the boundary condition work. It's not to say that every definition is perfect, but at least you have a very good idea of where does it start failing and where does it start going into the realm of another definition, right? Sadly, English language is so beautiful that it has such variety. And because of that variety, it becomes important for us to be absolutely sure that when Deepak talks about discovery, Kriti is also talking about the same nuance of discovery. When Deepak talks about navigation, Kriti is talking almost 90% of the times with the same understanding of navigation. If I say navigation and your interpretation is something else, you will go on and think of the problem space in a very different way. Your solution space is going to look very differently. And then you say, but I thought we agreed to discovery. And you say, but this is discovery. How we then choose to define and attack and understand the problem becomes very, very different thing. So define and give examples so that you can pressure test it. And it's for the audience then to pressure test it back, saying, where does it work? Where does it fail? And where do they say different examples where it doesn't fit into the definition of what you think discovery and navigation is? So with that said, Kriti, over to you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Deepak. And I'll try to explain it in the best possible way. So basically, according to me, discovery is how do we understand the problem space and the desire space of the users and the market. And this becomes our opportunity space from where we move forward and see what could we solve. For example, I'll take this example of Netflix because that is my most favorite app. So I'll start from there. So for example, if I'm a PM at Netflix and I have this multitude of problems that the customers are facing. For example, one customer does not use Netflix because they don't find anything good to watch. So that is one problem. Another might be feeling that, so this is, and here I also want to state that the problem space can be very broad and it can be very narrow. So for example, I can think of that how to entertain my users. So that's a very broad problem space. Now, a very narrow problem space could be that as a user, I don't know what to watch over the weekend. So that's a narrow problem space. And so that is how the discovery starts. That is how well do I understand the problem space of the user. And all of these different problem statements, they become an opportunity for me to work through it. Then my job is to map how well I'm able to map out the opportunity space, and I decide which opportunity to pursue. In this case, which opportunity to pursue depends on what is most pressing now, what can be pushed to tomorrow. For example, how do I want my users to be entertained? So again, this would involve a lot of brainstorming, that how to entertain the different users. Do we need to introduce new categories? Do we need to introduce some altogether new vertical, for example, live streaming or gaming, other than OTT? So how broad do I want to go into that opportunity space? How narrow I want to go there? So all that is part of discovery, along with how well I'm able to map out. I have to decide which opportunity to pursue, when to pursue them. After that, it is also my job to define, once I decide that, yes, this is the opportunity that I will go forward with, that my user feels that I don't know what to watch. So that's a very narrow space that I want to explore. So once I do that, then I'll define the clear outcomes. Okay, that if I go ahead with this, then what my business outcome is, that I want to improve the average viewing time on every weekend. I want that average viewing time to improve. Now, once I have that metric laid out, then I'll start with further deep diving into the prioritizing the different the features that I want to build into that. So that entire thing is discovery, and one of the important key part of discovery is the navigation. So what I understand about navigation is the entire user journey map or the experience map, that basically how the users are using the system versus how, as a product manager, I expect the users to use the system. For example, how the users use Netflix versus how in my mind, I thought that, yes, this is not the expected behavior. So once I have an understanding of that entire user journey map, along with that, if I'm also able to chart out what is their experience at different checkpoints of the system, are there any drop-offs happening? At which points are the drop-offs happening? How soon are they able to find the value in that and activate? What is the time to activation? For example, if it is, I don't know what to watch, I don't like anything. So the kind of personalization that I'm giving to them. So is that happening as I expect it to happen as a product manager, or is there any delay in that? So this is my understanding of the discovery and the navigation.
Understood. Great. Now, who would like to pressure test what Kriti said?
Pressure test means
who would like to cross-examine what Kriti said in the context of the problem that we're solving? See, I want this to be a healthy discussion, right? Everyone will come from different perspectives, different understandings, right? So be mindful, be respectful, right? Because see, we have a group where we have aspiring PMs, senior PMs, etc. So not everyone is going to be on the same level, right? And I'm changing the format here a little because previously it used to be you trying to convince. Now I want you to counter each other as well. And whenever we do any form of countering, it becomes important that you learn to figure out where are they coming in from, where are we doing in the context of the problem that we're solving, and how do you then help them see your point of view as well, right? So bear in mind, everyone is going to come in with very different thought processes. I want everyone to figure out how best to communicate their point of view in a very respectful manner and help them see where do they agree, where do they disagree. Now, who would like to therefore take a stab at giving a counterpoint to Kriti?
Quick request, Kriti, can you summarize? I guess I got a little lost in that. Yeah.
Sure. So in summary, basically discovery is understanding the problem space and the desire space of users, and that becomes our starting point of the opportunity space on which we want to work as product managers. Navigation, according to me, is charting out the user journey map and the experience map of how we want the users to use the system as opposed to how they are actually using the system.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
Kiran, you and I will for a moment step away from giving any perspectives yet. Let the audience go through this journey and let's see how they come to an agreement and alignment of how we define discovery and navigation. And that's the beauty of this exercise. You'll now start seeing why we need to do such an exercise, right? Cool. Who would like to mindfully, respectfully give their counterpoint and try to explain how they're thinking about it and where are they agreeing and disagreeing with Kriti? So there are many hands raised. So maybe what I would request is everyone for a moment, lower your hand and then I'll see who's going to be the first person to raise their hand again. And I'll probably pick someone who has not had a chance to speak yet, only so that there's more diversity. I'm seeing, I think, Payal, who's raising the hand for the first time. So I'm going to let Payal present her point of view and also counter Kriti.
Yeah. So I think I'm just forgetting the name. Kirti, is it right?
Kriti, yes. Kriti was sharing her perspective on what discovery navigation means in her world.
Yeah. So my viewpoint is a little different especially on the product discovery. Product discovery, she's more talking from the product manager's point of view, as in how do they understand the problem and all. While in my view, the problem that we are trying to solve here is from the user's point of view. While they are in the app, that how do they discover the product? How do they actually interact with the product to discover the particular product? So that's point number one, a counter to what Kriti mentioned. Second was about navigation. I think navigation, she was trying to differentiate between what we expect versus what they're actually doing. So I think it's navigation, in my view, is a simple, how the users, so after the first discovery, how do they actually navigate or, browse through the different products that are available in the app or, the entire solution to do the actual job to be done. So, the entire set of activities that they do from discovery to the final state where their, the actual purpose, or, the what we are trying to achieve in the app is actually getting done. So that will, the different steps in that journey will constitute the navigation bit, in my view.
All right. Now, Kriti and Payal, you have to come to an alignment between the two of you. In the context of what we're solving, which side should we lean towards?
Payal, that's a very good point. So here so on navigation, I also have a similar view. It's just that I'm calling it a user experience map or a user journey map. It is exactly what you said, that how the users are navigating through that entire feature or through that entire system. So that means what is the action 1 they are doing, action 2 they are doing, action 3 they are doing to actually land on what is required. So here it is a category that we want them to discover. So what is it entire activity that is happening in order for them to reach there and try to get value out of it as soon as possible. So I am looking at it from a PM lens as well, that because if I have designed that system, if I've implemented it, so it is equally important for me to make sure that what I'm doing, it is actually it is actually creating value for the user.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's part of the user testing, what you're talking of. Of course, the idea is that we understand the user behavior to design the navigation. But of course, there will be certain anomaly, between the design and the actual. There'll be certain gaps which we'll identify as part of our user testing, which we then again need to rework on. So in simple words, navigation for me is defining that path, understanding the user behavior such that the user can actually do the desired action from the discovery to the end point, which can be the checkout or the payment, etc.
Yes, I on the navigation, I absolutely agree with you that yes, I'm using product jargons there instead of keeping it in layman terms. But yeah, what I have said about navigation and what you're saying, I feel it is on point.
Who else would like to bring in a different perspective? Okay, now I'm going to add one more person to this table. So it's first Kriti who shared a point of view, then Payal has shared a point of view. I want one more person to join, and now the three of you should try to agree and align and convince each other. So I'm going to gradually add more chaos into this room. So who would like to be the next person participating? See, what I want to be achieved, again, right? See, what you're noticing is everyone is coming with a point of view. Everyone has a certain way of thinking, a certain way of understanding, right? And I want you folks to also go through the journey of trying to help each other see a certain point of view, right? In a nature of discussion such as this, inherently there is going to be someone who is more right because their understanding of the problem statement is a lot more closer. But therefore, therein comes the opportunity as well, because in real life as well, when you're working in an organization, you're going to have people coming in with varied understanding. And it becomes important for you to take them along with you on that journey, right? And you have to figure out ways to help them see their point of view, right? Now, there's one about me doing this, but that adds no incremental value because you're not getting to practice this, right? And in this environment, it's a lot more complex in the real world because in the previous, or at least when you do this within your companies, right, you know that individual to a certain extent, right? This is almost like practicing at level 10 instead of level 2 because now you haven't spent enough time with that person, you don't have enough context about them, which makes it even more important, even more pertinent for you to figure out how to help them see better. Therefore, practice your craft so that when the real world happens, you know how to read the circumstance, you know how to bring people from completely different worldviews into perhaps the more agreeable and logically right worldview. So now to this, we have Kriti, we have Payal who's discussing. I'm going to add a third person. Let me see, who can I add? I'm now going to add Naveen Raj into this.
Hey, DSK. So I'm standing with Payal actually. From our perspective, the discovery is so simple. Like what it's like, we will be enabling the users what is the new feature, to understand them, what is the new feature, and what is the value they are doing, value they will be getting when they are using the feature. For example, when we see in Instagram, when I am installing the Instagram for the first time, they will be showing me, okay, you can comment your friend's profile or something like that. By they will be adding some text like, okay, you can share your opinions or something like that. So the value which they are giving for that users is, okay, you can share your opinions. The navigation part is it will be aligning to them. Let's say, for example, how they are showing me to comment on that post. They will be adding that overlay navigation system, like on top of the screen. They will be telling like you can press this point here to comment the article or something like that. So this is what I am feeling like, and this is what Payal is also trying to tell, and I feel like I will be standing with Payal.
Got it. So Naveen agrees with Payal, but now Naveen and Payal, you have to convince Kriti as well. Or Kriti, you have to convince Naveen and Payal.
Yes, so I'd like to again take a stab here. So Naveen and Payal, see, if we are thinking about this from a user's perspective, that users are discovering, then I feel that the second part will not hold any relevance, because if we say how users discover a category or how users navigate, it is almost same. There is only an incremental difference between the two. How users discover is through navigation. So if we look at it from the user's point of view, then I don't think that the problem statement would be structured in that way that it has been structured. So that is why when I'm looking at this problem, I'm looking at it from the lens of someone on the business side, that in that way discovery and navigation are completely two different things.
I'll go. So, Kriti, as you're saying that, they are quite similar. I think navigation is more about, um, being able to logically traverse through the app to take the or to do the desired job. While discovery, as Naveen mentioned, is also about learning what does this do. So navigation doesn't necessarily tell us about what does this do or what is the purpose of it. So discovery, in a way, not just about finding it out, but also about learning the purpose and the end. What is it leading me to? It's about that. And yes, they are related, not 100%, because one is more about learning about the objective of the feature or the product, and the second one is about how to traverse through the app or traverse through in the app to do the desired job.
Okay, so the discovery definition that you told me, can you explain that to me through an example? When you're saying we are learning something, can you explain that through an example?
I'll just talk of the current case of, how it goes in Myntra for the luxury segment. And so they have, as you open the app, so the first three, we see these first three categories. And, so the with the help of which they just didn't create, suppose they would have created just a navigation way, just 3 simple clicks on the bottom bar to just take us through that this is, Luke's, this is this, FWD, and the other one, the simple Myntra one. That would have not probably given us the right context of which one to go through. But with those pictures, with the, the copy that they've created, the text that they have put to explain that what are these 3 segments about, they have made the product discovery in a sense that the user can also understand that what is the 3 product lines about.
Okay, and in this similar context, what will navigation mean?
Say that again.
So in this example that you have told that, in Myntra, when we open the app, then there are three different horizontal sections, and the user is able to clearly identify and discover what that section is talking about. So in this same context, what will navigation mean here?
So navigation, of course, one is the discovery part where they have created that understandability about the different business lines. And following up from that, we can, the navigation is designing the categories. Those are, of course, the main categories. And then within that, there are subcategories. So navigation constitutes all that part where you're also defining the main category. Along with the main category, you're defining the subcategories and the different touch points available within that main category to traverse through and get the job done. So because, it's not just one action, it's not just one big category that is helping us navigate or do the entire job. So navigation is the entire, how we actually traverse within the category, how we traverse through the various subcategories. That's also part of the navigation. That brings us more about the navigation part. Discoverability has been done at the first part where, we introduce the three and, gave context to the user about the three business lines. That's just a mini example. Of course, I'm not, going into each and every detail, but just to give you an example of difference between product discovery and navigation.
Okay, that's a fair point. So from a user's perspective, that is what discovery and navigation would look like. I absolutely agree with you. From someone in the business side, discovery and navigation would have a different meaning. That is what I think.
Got it. Cool. So now, just so that we go a little more deeper into the problem statement, right? So first thing is, give everyone a round of applause to Payal, to Kriti, and I think who else? Naveen participated in this discussion. So give them a big round of applause for sharing their perspective, having this really good, healthy debate. Now that we have done this, I think let me step in and share a little bit of clarity as well, right? And I think this is also one of the reasons why, and we'll do round two as after I clear this confusion, right? This happens at every level in every company, right? Every word, therefore, is so likely to be misinterpreted by everyone, including myself. I myself have been culpable of such silly thought processes. And it's not to blame anyone per se, it's just that that's the worldview which I come from, right? So it's therefore important for us to figure out where is this person coming in from and help them see their world and start slowly building bridges to the world that you want to take them to, right? Now, in this case, Payal shared a point, Naveen shared a point, Kriti shared a point, and I'm going to now share a way which will help them come together, right? Now, Kriti, you're absolutely right from where you started framing your premise. As a PM, the world we have been taught and exposed to is when we talk about the word discovery, it has been always used in the context of how do you discover the customer's problem? How do you dig deep into their needs, desires, aspirations, disabilities, constraints, etc., in the context of the business, and therefore prioritize problem statements, and from that identify the right set of solutions, as you rightly said, and then go finally towards execution, right? This is your typical product management process. Would it be fair to say that this is a universal process that we apply to every problem?
Yes.
Right? So you're absolutely bang on and spot on in that definition, right? So the process, we all agree to this process at this point of time. And would it be fair to say that this process can be applied to any kind of business problem, any kind of product problem? We start by understanding, discovering the problem, right?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, we are also using the same word, discovery and navigation, correct? We're using discovery. And I think and this is where a lot of confusion also happens in real life. A word could mean different things in different worlds. In the world of product management process, discovery means understanding customer needs. Here, we're using that exact same methodology to understand how does a customer go about finding out some things inside the app or achieving something called as navigation. So here, we're using the same process. But because we're using the word discovery, therein comes the little bit of disconnect, right? So we are not discussing and debating about the product management process. And you're right, as a business owner, as a process owner, as a product manager, you will use this lens. Here, we're saying if we were to use that lens, now Kriti is going to open up the app and she somehow has to figure out where is Gen Z, where is social commerce, where is Lux, right? So for a moment, let's not use the word discovery. Let's throw that out. Let's not use the word navigation. Let's use something else so that this confusion does not exist. How will you help Deepak find out where social commerce is? How will you help Deepak find out where Lux is? How will you help Deepak find out where Gen Z as a experience is within the app? How will you get me to go to this once, twice, repeatedly? How will you get them to do this if they are not having their app open? These are the set of questions that we're trying to ask because we have agreed strategically. We know that we need to speak to the customers, right? We need to do the discovery in that journey. But what should we observe about their behavior so that they can achieve all of these tasks? So I'm not going to use the word discovery for a moment. I'm not going to use the word navigation. Let's use an even more simpler set of phrases, which makes us not get confused with discovery and navigation. How do we help them find out? Where will we help them find out? When will we help them find out? What should we show to them to help them find this out? If we are to ask these set of questions, it may so happen that we find out things which we now, in the context of this problem statement, classify them as discovery and navigation. It still doesn't mean we are very clear on what discovery and navigation means. But these are the set of leading questions that we need to ask to help frame what the management or the product leadership or the team means by discovery and navigation. Does that help distinguish the product management process and the problems the customer is facing right now, which we choose to call as discovery? We can call it anything else as well. Who's to stop us?
Absolutely.
Like, why should we call this as discovery and navigation? We choose to call it discovery and navigation. In that process, it so happens that discovery in a world means something, and in this world has to have a meaning. We're trying to put the meaning towards that, wherein the questions that we're trying to ask is, how will the user discover Gen Z? Where will they find this? How will they find this? When will they find this? What should we do to help them find this? What happens if the user is a new user? What happens if the user does not know about Myntra? What happens if the user does not know English? A bunch of questions that we need to answer, right, in this journey. We're trying to put all of that into a man-made definition again. We as a group are trying to use this word discovery and navigation as a proxy, a substitute to try to answer all of these questions in an amalgamation. That said, some of the questions that you ask are still very valid. Discovery and navigation sounds the same to me, and it could therefore for many people sound exactly the same. Hence the need for us to go a little deeper to be very, very clear as to what discovery means and what navigation means. Honestly, if I was to hear it for the very first time, it could be the same thing at this point of time. So how do we be so crystal clear so that tomorrow when somebody new joins the team, they'll also be like, oh, I get it. There's a very clear line of differentiation between discovery and navigation. So not to say this explanation is the greatest explanation, but I'm going to take a pause for a moment and say, Kriti, are you now able to see where I'm coming in from? Are you able to see where Payal is coming in from? Are you able to connect it from your world to this world.
Absolutely, Deepak. Because, when I saw this problem statement, I had both thoughts that if I am looking at it from a business side, then what will discovery navigation mean to me? If I'm looking at it from a user who uses, then what will discovery and navigation look to me? So yeah, it is now clear that yes, this is from a user's point of view, and that is what discovery and navigation mean here.
Correct. So it's for the user we're trying to figure out, saying that, well, Kriti, we've opened up this whole new superstore. Where should Kriti go? Like, how will she find out that Lux has been on? She wants to buy Tommy Hilfiger, but then there's no signboard, there is no information. And she'll be like, well, you told me. So let's assume for a moment somebody did marketing and they're like launching Lux on Myntra. And she walks into the store and she's like, well, okay, fine. Where do I find this? Okay, should I go up? Should I go down? Should I go to the left? So many unknowns, right? So these are questions we're trying to answer. Now, it's not to say we have an exact understanding of all the questions we should be asking. And it's not very clear as well, as of right now, how do we differentiate? Like, why is the leadership saying discovery and navigation? Why not just call it as a discovery problem statement? Why not call it as a navigation problem statement? Why use these two different terms? Do they have some secret thought process running in their head? What are we trying to reverse engineer here? Why can't we say, help customers find? It could have been so simple. Why use this unnecessary complex jargon? So it then becomes important for us as to why sometimes we default to certain language. Does that language have any meaning? Does it have any context? Does it have any deeper understanding? And therefore, see, how do we bring all of these stakeholders? So for example, Kiran will be like, dude, we've solved this problem 200 times, man. Why are we trying to get into this automation? We're losing time because there's pressure. There's somebody holding a gun to his head as well. Design should happen in the next 2 weeks. We have more pressing problems, right? I'm pretty sure some engineers are like, dude, if release window is 5 days away from now, and here we are trying to discuss discovery, and we've still not agreed what discovery is. We've still not figured out how to help the customers find things out. So what do we do, right? So for those reasons, it becomes important to spend some time trying to answer. And first of all, again, big round of applause to all of the people trying to actively participate, trying to convince each other and do them in as many interesting ways of seeing each other's point of views. Now that this clarity has been set, and maybe some other folks also maybe have had the same confusion as well, especially for someone who's maybe an aspiring PM. Dude, when I joined as a product manager, there were so many jargons through me, everything sounded exactly the same, right? So it's very easy to get confused when solving problems, right? Now that we have got this clarity, I still don't see clarity in the difference between discovery and navigation. So many definitions. Now look at it. I would have hoped that there is maybe 1, 2 definitions, but look at the number of definitions we have got. And this is the real world. Imagine this is the product team that comes together to solve problems. How many definitions are aligned? How many definitions are so varying? So now, in the context of the user, what is discovery? What is navigation? I've given a couple of thought processes, at least a chain of thoughts to kickstart the processing. There's a customer coming in, there's an app that is being opened, there's a bunch of questions that are going to be running in their heads. And these are the exact same questions that as PMs, designers, and tech people, we need to think as well. But we need to have clarity, differentiation. What is discovery? What is navigation? Are they the same? Are we just superfluously using these words just to sound cool, saying, oh, you know what, in world of product, it's so cool to use words? Or do they really have meaning? Do they really have a very clear line of differentiation? What is that line of differentiation? So now, who is the next set of participants who would like to volunteer to debate and convince the rest of the participants on what is the definition of discovery? With pressure testing, again, you have to give examples. That's the only way to help people see your point of view as well. You have to show why does a navigation example not work for discovery. Otherwise, it's so easy to make a discovery statement or make a definition statement. But to pressure test it, you have to show an example for discovery. You have to show an example for navigation. You have to show why navigation is not equal to discovery with that example. You have to therefore show discovery example not equal to navigation. And that's the only way you can convince this audience. So for a moment, even if you raise your hand, take 5 to maybe 15 seconds to make sure that you're pressure testing this thought process in your head. And then I'm going to let you share your pitch to convince the audience. 15 seconds, it's okay. We've spent a good 4 hours already. 15 seconds is not going to break things. All right. With that, I see a new hand raised for the very first time. Tanishka, take a stab.
Hi everyone. I feel like discovery is more when you look at it as a whole, I feel like discovery is something that can be across many different channels. And navigation is kind of the journey that starts when you discover a certain product, right? So when I'm on any website and I see that, okay, this is a new product that's launched and I have discovered it, I've seen it for the first time that, okay, this is something that this company is doing and I've seen it for the first time as a user. And my navigation would then start when I choose to explore this particular realm of this product. That's my understanding of it, I think, as a user. So discovery could be across social media. I could discover it. I could see a campaign on YouTube. I could see a campaign on Instagram. But that does not mean my navigation journey has started. My navigation would start when I choose to pursue that particular vertical of the product, I think. And then how I continue to make a purchase.
All right, that's Tanishka's point of view. Who would like to share a different perspective or the same perspective? Nida, over to you. Or did I put you on the spot?
No. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I believe, coming to the point, Tanishka, which you just mentioned, and so looking from a discovery point of view, I have a take there from taking the user, and it's more like a voyage to a destination. How I see it. It could be any realm, it could be a problem, it could be an issue, or it could be also sort of enhancement. It doesn't need to be a problem always. So that's how I see at it. And if we were supposed to move a little bit more from the problem statement, if this was more like an enhancement discovery, so how would you take that as a proposition and fit into your statement?
Okay, all right, that's Nida's point of view. Let's bring in another new person who has not spoken. Ritu.
Yeah, I had a point further to Tanishka's comment. So I feel what she referred to as discovery across multiple channels. In my mind, I think that falls under the marketing bucket. Once we probably have multiple triggers that reach us from different points that convince us to probably install an app. In this example, that's where probably marketing ends and discovery starts, where we are exploring the product that's there. What are the different offerings? In the example of maybe Swiggy, there's Dine Out, Ginny, different kind of offerings that are there. So once we truly understand what it has to offer, I think probably that happens once, and then navigation is just us probably making a decision as to whether we want to purchase something or that sort of a thing. And navigation happens repeatedly, but probably discovery happens in the initial stages when we are understanding what is the offering that's available.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's Ritu's point of view. So here's what I think we'll do to make this a little more interesting, right? I'm going to open up a Google slide and give access to everyone. What I want you to do is open up Myntra as an app, because that's the context in which we are talking. And that's the realm of problem solving as well. I want each of you to take up one slide each, create as many slides, so all of you participating can take a separate slide. Take a screenshot. And the reason why I'm doing with Google Slides, it's easier to draw arrows, put boxes, etc. I want each of you to mark out elements of discovery and mark out elements of navigation. All right, so just give me a moment. I'm going to open up a Google Doc. I'm just going to ask, Kiran, do you think this is an easier way? Because it makes it easy. Maybe I thought I could do this in Miro, but I don't know how many people may have Miro. So I thought Google Slides, easy to just copy paste a screenshot and just draw boxes and lines.
Yeah, I guess to start off with for today, I guess we can do that. Yes.
Got it. So just give me a moment. Let me just open up a Google slide and give everyone access. So open up Myntra app and start taking screenshots. You can do that in the background. And then what you can start doing is have those screenshots ready. And then each of you, there's no need to do a land grab of sorts. Everyone take your own slide. Put your name on top of the slide for every slide. And then you can put your corresponding images there. And then you mark out what you think is discovery, because you have a definition. That definition has to help you identify such elements inside an app like Myntra at the end of the day, right? Or navigation elements within Myntra. So feel free to mark and map. So then it's so much more easier. The visuals are in place. We've tried to explain with text. We've got some points of views. Let's make it easier. Let's use visuals. Any questions, any doubts before that? Okay, if there are none, just give me a moment. I'm just going to open up a slide.
Have you shared the link to the slide?
Yeah, just a moment, just a moment. I'm just doing that. I'm just creating the deck.
Okay.
All right, I'm just going to now share it in the chat room. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the chat room. Cool. You now have access. Let me know if you folks are able to click on it. Yes. All righty. Now, start taking screenshots across the board, wherever you feel like. Just put your name on top so that it becomes easy and you don't overwrite on somebody else's slide. And that way, it also then becomes easy for everyone else to see everyone else's point of view. So you don't have to sit and write the definitions. I just want you to take screenshots and use simple rectangles, circles, etc. to highlight elements on that UI, and then use a simple line to call it out saying, this is what I call as discovery. This is what I call as navigation, and try to identify as many such elements in the Myntra app. Use the Myntra app and not the website because it makes it easier for discussion purposes. Then just go through various elements and then call, hey, this is what I would call as a discovery element. This is what I call as a navigation element. And then we can just go through everyone's classifications and see where do we have congruence. Is anyone having difficulty taking screenshots, adding it to the slide deck? Let me know. Go through the length and breadth of the app. Don't only look at the home page. In order to be more thorough and comprehensive, I'd like for you to look right from homepage. Like, I don't want you to shop per se right now at Myntra, so that's okay. You can go all the way till the cart page. If you'd like to buy, sure, please buy, no issues. But if not, at least try to go through the journey all the way from homepage to all the other pages, so that you get a little more of perspective across. And we have a larger corpus of examples from the same app to know what does discovery mean and what does navigation mean. Also, for those of you who are trying to get the right shape, use rectangles. They're the easiest shape to play around with and use on Google Slides. Circles tend to be a little difficult to get right, to hover over and mark. So just use simple rectangles to mark. We are again doing a mock exercise, so it doesn't have to be perfect. It should be sufficient to help you just point out your point of view. Spend more time marking elements than writing definitions. Just put blocks around what you call as discovery and blocks around what you call as navigation. That's more than sufficient for this particular activity. So put time into looking at these UI UX is, and just putting boxes around them and lines saying, hey, this is this is discovery, this is navigation, this is discovery, this is navigation, in as many of the user interfaces as possible. Ankit, don't write long paragraphs, man. The goal is not to write those long paragraphs, but just mark out elements because it then becomes easier to know what you really mean. So just put circles, rectangles, and say, this is navigation, this is navigation, this is navigation. And wherever you see discovery, put a nice big rectangle and say, this is discovery, this is discovery, this is discovery. Do you folks need more time?
I think I am good. We can discuss.
Got it. Cool. Awesome. So now just quickly go through others' slides as well. And maybe we spend another 1 or 2 minutes. Just add your plus ones to if you agree to somebody else's definition. And if you don't agree, don't add. So that way we can see whose definitions or identification, at least, seems to be the one that most people agree to and align with. Wow, nobody wants to agree with anybody else? Man, this is a tough situation to be in.
Good product managers, though. All are opinionated.
Whosoever is on slide number 17, there's no need to make complex flow diagrams, man. Just screenshots is good enough because it makes it visually easy for others to understand your point of view. So try to please put in screenshots and just put simple boxes to say, hey, this is what I think is discovery. This is what I think is navigation. No need for complexity beyond that. Trust me, we don't need, this is, as you can see, there's already so much diversity in thought process. We need to simplify things a lot more right now.
That's me, Deepak. My thought process about this was simple. Whatever.
Mohit, only screenshots. And I'm
Sure.
keeping the boundary condition there. If screenshots, we will discuss. No screenshots, no discussions.
All right.
Because see, this is a visual problem. If you see the nature of problem we're dealing with, right, there is so much micro nuance. It's going to be very difficult for people to connect with anything outside of the scope of that visual representation to make sense of what you're actually referring to. So that's why I asked everyone to start putting screenshots on the slide so that it becomes easy to say, oh, this is what you meant by discovery. Oh, this is what you meant by navigation. Otherwise, they're like, what does this Gen Z mean? Oh, broad categories. How does this look in Myntra? There's too much of bridges to cross at this point of time. Simplify, simplify.
I agree. I had started doing this exercise before you had given this. And across platforms, the concept would differ as per their own
No, not at all.
concept.
That's where we're going to come to as well. This is not, I mean, we'll come to that. We'll come to that.
All right. So I'll remove this from there.
Yeah, best to, I'll give you a few extra minutes. Just add your screenshots as well. And in the meantime, I'm going to see where are the scores. I think, wow, Sagar is the only one. Okay, Sagar has got a +1. Subham has got a +1. Avishkar has got a +1. Ankit has got a +1. Oh, everyone seems to be at just +1s. Maybe a tough discussion to have.
Yeah, but each of them have like a different screenshot because their experience are personal.
Doesn't matter. There are certain nuances which will come out as commonalities.
Another problem in discovery. So the slides which is way down is not discovered enough by other people.
I think that's a motivation problem. We have to ask everyone to scroll down. Please, kindly scroll down and give your votes to everyone who is. There are 16 slides. Remove the first one, and there's just 15. So I think shouldn't be too difficult for us to scroll down 15 slides. In the real world, you'll be probably scrolling down 200 slides to different teams' point of views. But I think we can scroll down 15, 16 slides and just see who we agree with, disagree with, and see where the scores tally. Let me know if we need a few more minutes. If yes, then let's give each other a few more minutes. Better to do a good job than to rush through this. I have no hurries at this point of time. Cool. Shall we start discussing?
Yeah, I think we should.
All
Yes,
right.
please.
Let me see if we get into slideshow mode. Exit. All right. So, what we're going to do is we're going to see where the scores tally the most. And I think right now, okay. Kiran, I'm not going to ask to discuss yours only because you're already a designer and you probably worked on this problem statement. So,
Sure. We can skip that.
yes. Okay. So, Avishkar seems to have the highest points at +3. So, I'm going to ask Avishkar to explain his point of view, and I'm going to see if more of you are willing to change your point of view after hearing what Avishkar has to say. And let's see if that bubbles up as the higher number of points. Or do people change their point of view after listening to what Avishkar has to say? So, Avishkar, over to you. You have to
Yeah,
now defend your
yeah, sure. Thank you, DSK. So even at the start, even I was a bit confused when it said discovery navigation. But if you look at the sheet, right, I went by Kiran's definition. Thank you, Kiran. Where in very simple words, is mentioned that discovery is finding, and navigation is ability to complete any task, right? So basically, when we say discovery, it's about the ability to for a customer to find out what they want. It could be where it could be a pre-choice where a customer knows what he has to search, or it's something like as I show it in the images where through the banners or through different Myntra side pop that comes, where a customer gets the ability to find what they want. So that is what my basis was there for discovery. And navigation, again, if I've just went through the user journey for finding a watch. So if I want to find a watch, I click on search. That's where my navigation starts, because my task is to place watch the order for a watch. So I just clicked on watch. So that's one under navigation that I thought of. And then the rest of the user journey about to add the item into the bag or to place the order, and certain extra things that help me with when it comes to filters. So that's what my definition was between discovery and navigation, and that's what the thought process is while identifying elements. A bit confused, or say I was a bit I was confused to where to put the search functionality, right? Should I be putting it in discovery, or should I be putting it in navigation? If you look at my screen.
Sorry, I misfired the button. I'm just trying to get back to it. Hold on,
Yeah.
this full screen mode is making it feel difficult. Yes, you were on.
I'm on screen number 9 or 8 something.
Yes.
Yeah, this one. So if you just look, I was a bit confused on where to put this search functionality. Will it come under product discovery, or will it come under navigation? A bit of, because the kind of user journey that I picked up, it was helping me on the navigation side. That's why I put it in navigation, but happy to maybe listen others to see what do they think about that piece of functionality. But yeah, so all in all, as I said, the definition for discovery navigation, the definition that I gave, that was my thought process to identify the elements in the Myntra app.
Got it. Understood. Fantastic. Now, as always, making life a little more complex, I want folks to counter it. Because you have to come to an agreement and consensus. Somebody's definitely going to have a counter view to this. So I'm going to invite people to counter it. Those of you agree, you can go and change your score. Those of you who disagree, now is a good time to counter.
Can we give a negative score?
Let's not get so aggressive. But
Sorry,
what
just
you can do is
lightening it up.
counter and get people to get convinced so that they go and say, yeah, now my point of view has changed, and therefore they remove their score back.
I have a thought here. While I agree with Avishkar, but I want to add some more points to this. Um, I feel discovery happens every time we make a click, and whenever we are moving our cursors, we are navigating. The reason why I feel this is sometimes some applications make discovery of some features very difficult. For example, in case of social media applications, if I want to deactivate my account, or let's say in e-commerce, if I want to return something, discovering that feature that would allow me to complete that task, it is difficult because I'm unable to locate it. So discovery of, let's say, add this to the cart or do the payment is very easy whenever you go to a particular page, because that has been made very simple. While I navigate to somewhere else, I'm just navigating because there is a need to do something else. So discovery happens at every point. Every time I want to perform an action, I discover it and I perform it. Whereas uh, navigating is just my need or uh, my curiosity to go somewhere else. So, 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 so while I agree that performing a task could be navigation, but I also feel to do to complete a task, you need to discover something. And in some applications, discovery of, let's say, things that are not good for the business are very hard.
Got it. Got it. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Any other perspective? So here's what's interesting in all of this, right? So if you noticed, throughout this entire session, I've tried as much as possible to prevent us from rushing into solution, but focus more on the complexities of understanding nuances which make it difficult to actually know what you're trying to solve for and arrive at the right solution. So in this very act of knowing what discovery and navigation in itself, you can see such dichotomy in thinking. And the reality is this is where you'll also be breaking your head inside an organization where we're like, well, we want to solve for discovery and navigation. And the reason why you're not able to come to the right solution or agree on a solution is because you don't know what discovery and navigation means. Or rather, everyone has 10, 20 different points of views. And nobody wants to agree at the end of the day because all of you, and especially in domains where let's for a moment believe that none of us know anything, it makes it even more harder because none of us are subject matter experts. So what you then have is a scenario where everyone has opinions, very little understanding of domain, and a lot of pressure to get things done. And the problem is there is no one way to resolve and get to the bottom of things. So good solutioning happens when there is good alignment. But the root cause of bad solutioning is because there is no alignment. And eventually what happens is someone gets frustrated and says, you know what, enough of this. I'm going to be the hippo in the room and I'm going to say, this is how it's going to get done. Or someone just comes and says, I'm a subject matter authority because I have the loudest voice. And that's when things start falling apart because we just don't know enough about this domain. We don't know enough about the topic. We're not willing to get into the nitty-gritties. And as you can see, small group, we have about 28 more people on this call right now. And there's so much diversity. And at best, 4 people out of 28 have managed to come together on a consensus. That's less than, I don't know, what is 4 divided by 28? Is 1/7 of a population, right? That's a very small consensus. We're not even at 50% consensus. Forget that. We're not even at 1/3 consensus. So the reason why I'm focusing so much on these nuances is so that you start building that appreciation for getting into depth, starting to build the mental models to learn certain topics, domains at great depth, so that when you're faced with these kind of challenges, you know how to start getting people together. And one of the reasons why I specifically picked this problem statement is given that most of you are working on digital products, be it B2B or B2C, good understanding of basics of UX and UI becomes so important. Now, you need to discuss this and debate this with your design counterpart as well. And in order for you to have any kind of reasonable conversation, you must have some understanding of design. You must have some understanding of information architecture. You must have some understanding of how humans use digital products for you to even leave aside for a moment what discovery means, what navigation means. but to even know how a human being thinks when the use of digital product end to end, without the presence of any kind of mental model, it's going to be hard for you to have any sane conversation with the designer, because the designer is going to come in with subject matter expertise, because this is what they've been doing day in and day out. So if someone comes in and says, this is what has to be done, you don't even have a reference point to know how to have a meaningful conversation with them. Tomorrow, the next person who's going to come in is going to be an engineering counterpart who's going to start throwing in constraints. You don't even know how to counter those constraints, because you don't know the trade-off patterns between human behavior, what design and good design should and can do, and what technicalities are going behind the scenes to make these things possible. So as much as this appears as such a simple topic, you can see the amount of complexity that goes into coming into agreeing what good discovery is, what navigation means, and how does it entail towards achieving meaningful business outcomes. So I recall, I think in the community that we're running, someone said, hey, isn't this something as running an A/B test? The problem is not A/B test. It's so easy to do an A/B test. The question is, what do you A/B test? What is the principles of doing the A/B test? How do you agree what good discovery and navigation is? So if we don't get into these kind of nitty-gritty details, we'll be throwing out solutions, and those solutions are not going to be coherent. You may ship things out fast, but more often than not, it's going to result in something that is not usable for the customer, doesn't make sense for them. And then you're going to start seeing your funnel start breaking, your business objectives not being met, and the pressure is going to come back to you. So something as simple as this is resulting in us having such varied points of views. You can imagine how much more complexities come in when design topics become more complex. So if there's yet another takeaway that I want for you to focus on, I need for you folks to go home and start getting into the nitty-gritties of good design. Even in a company like a B2B company, where there are going to be pressures where functionality over trumps design, even there is a bare minimum hygiene condition of what good design, usability, navigation, discovery looks like. Because while I'm paying for functionality, if it is not usable, I'm not going to pay for that functionality, because that functionality does not manifest into usability. So there is that thin line which breaks even in B2B, where if you don't pay attention to good discoverability, navigation, UX, UI, people are just going to say, sorry, man, I paid for the software, but I just can't get it to work for me because I don't know how to use it. So it's not that I'm not willing to put in the learning curve, but there's a difference between a learning curve and never being able to use that product as well. So TLDR, it's supremely important for product managers to build a reasonably good. I'm not asking you to be experts in design. All I'm saying, it becomes very important for you to appreciate good design, build an eye for design, and learn basic fundamentals of design, which stem not from some magic. It's foundations of human thinking. It manifests as a digital behavior, right? Now, putting that monologue to an end, we need to figure out how do we get us to agree to a consensus. Now, there are two ways we can go about it. One is I can say, this is how we define it. That's the easier part. The other is to say, I want for you folks to fight this out and figure out an answer to it. Now we're at 4 o'clock, and I know at some point you folks are going to start feeling the pressure of dropping out. So here is what I would like to do in a more realistic fashion. This is by no means an easy answer we're going to arrive at. I want for you folks to now take this as an assignment. I want for you folks to go do some reading up on what discovery means. I want for you folks to do a deeper set of analysis of what navigation means, because you've started this process. And I don't want to drop it in halfway. And like I said, my principle is not for us to do superficial activities. Even if a few of you end up getting to the gist of what this exercise means in terms of what discovery means, what navigation means, that in itself is going to lead to higher quality solutioning. And the steps that follow this is going to be then 10x easier. But if you don't understand this problem statement, what discovery and navigation means, anything and everything that we try to do after is just going to be a very superficial activity. And that's not what I want to encourage. So it now entails that all of us go home, continue this activity, and do a piece of homework. So this document is accessible. It's open. I'm not going to close it. You have access to it. Start fleshing out more details. So you started with one slide. I want you to continue this exercise for a couple of more days, wherein you do your homework. You now look at multiple other apps. You start looking more and more into the details of Myntra as an app. Start pressure testing it from multiple directions. Start reading literature. Go and find out how have others described discovery. How much have they described navigation? What are the sources? So start building your own mini deck within this in itself. Don't try to override anybody else's slides. So if you need 3 more slides, 5 more slides, doesn't matter. You create a subsection saying, hey, this is Rashi's part of the narrative and it's part of this. So you can probably have 5 slides. Kriti, you can then create your heading as the opening. So just to give you an example of how you can do that, I'm going to use one example. So for example, I think we're starting with Sagar. Sagar, what you can do if you're on the call still, call this as Sagar's deep dive, right? And everything therefore from this point onwards is Sagar's. Likewise, everyone creates their own chapters. Within your chapters, you do more screenshots, do more researches, do more classifications, so that you start building your own conviction. If not anything else, tomorrow when this problem statement faces you, you are already deeply understanding this topic. It is not an alien topic that you're breaching for the first time. You have spent a lot of time doing research today so that when that moment arises, you've built conviction, clarity on how to frame it. And therefore, it becomes easier for you as an individual to go convince your counterparts. And even if your designer comes in with a point of view, at least you have enough context to have a healthy discussion with them. Otherwise, at some point, your designer will be like, dude, I keep saying things to them and this guy just agrees to everything. And like, where is the pushback on what is good design? Is this person even thinking customer first in the first place? Or is he just nodding his head to everything that I say, right? So to build good tension in the team to great outcomes, you need to be having some degree of preparedness. And I'm creating that environment for you to have the preparedness. Start taking this as an assignment. Take a day, take 2 days, take 3 days, take a week. I'm not going to put a hard limit on it because I understand that once the weekday starts, it's going to be challenging. But try to, at some point, complete. And what we'll try to do is do a follow-up with the small crew that is left behind at this point of time and see if we're able to at least agree and align on a consensus on what then looks as a good definition of discovery and navigation. And if we are to reach that stage in itself, I think it is a fantastic culmination of this discussion, because good solutioning, good problem statements start from great understanding of definitions. If the definitions are poor, you don't know where to look, you don't know how to look, you don't know what to look at, right? So that is how I would like to bring some kind of a logical conclusion to this 5-hour long deep dive. The fact that so many of you are still sticking behind in itself is fantastic. But I would love to hear a counter view saying, no, DSK, we have to reach an answer right now. And I'll tell you why you still need to spend some time thinking a little more in detail. I don't like rushing through things. As you realize, I'm a very slow human being. I love to do things slow, but doing things slow allows me to attack fast when the moment arises. So that's what I'm trying to train here as well. I don't want you to rush into things. I want you to build that muscle to go deep so that when the moment arrives, you know how to strike very fast. All right? Any questions, any doubts on what I'm expecting out of you at this point of time? I know I'm making your life harder, but our life is hard by definition. A lot of silence.
No, Deepak. No, Deepak, no questions from my side. Akshay here, I'm fairly clear that I am not yet clear about discovery and navigation, and I'll have to figure it out.
There you go. So that's what I want us to push towards. I want us to remove as much unknowns from our head as possible. Even if we cross one small problem statement and we get clarity on one good topic in a week, at the end of 52 weeks, you'll have 52 good topics that you've built confidence and depth on. As opposed to knowing 1% of 1,000 topics, I would rather be that person where I have greater depth on one particular topic. And I have this one saying that is very close to my heart from someone who I admire, who I've never had the chance to meet. It's Bruce Lee. He says, I fear not the man who knows 1,000 kicks, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 1,000 times, because you've gained mastery in that one particular thing and you know how to use it, when to use it, and when not to use it. Versus someone who seems to know many, many things, but just does not know enough on when to use it, how to use it, where to use it. I would want for you to be folks like Bruce Lee, and not that person who say, I know everything, but do you really know everything, right? So it's a slow journey, it's a long journey, but great mastery comes in depth and not in breadth. So that's my TLDR, and that's what I would really, really push for us to do. So take this as an assignment. It's okay if you take 2 weeks. I have no qualms. You ping me after 2 weeks, I'll answer. You ping me after 3 weeks, not a problem. But I want you to go deep, and I think this is a good topic for you to build curiosity. And a follow-up activity should be from this is, you should start asking, what else do I really not understand that I thought I knew that I really don't understand? If I'm able to get you to be curious about those things, and I think that this catch-up has served its purpose as well, because I want for you to start being curious about whatever you thought that you knew, but now you're starting to wonder if you actually know about it as well, because that's where true learning comes in. So I'm going to stop my monologue now.
Hey, Deepak, so after doing the deep dive, we should reach out to you, or there is a group we should ping in?
What you can do is, there are many ways in which you can reach out. So let's get into the execution or the feedback part of sites, right? What you can do is you can join the WhatsApp community. It's a very small community that we're running at this point of time. And once you're part of the community, you get access to my WhatsApp numbers. You can ping me and saying, hey, I've done that assignment. That's one. So I'm just going to share the link to that. Sorry. At this point, I'm also a little slow. What I'll do is, on the Google Doc and in this slide in itself, I will just add the link to the WhatsApp community so you can join. That's one way you can ping me and reach out and say that, hey, I've made progress. The second is just ping me on LinkedIn as well and say, hey, I've made progress. I've updated the slides. Have a look. And once I see enough critical mass of people having made some reasonable progress, and I feel that, okay, you've put in a lot of effort to get some clarity, or you've done your homework, we'll do a follow-up session where even if 5 people, even if 3 people come together for that conversation and say, hey, we've made reasonable progress, and that's a good enough group for us to do a small, maybe a 30-minute, 1-hour session to discuss, and me bringing a closure to this topic as well. Apurva Singh, can you ping the assignment here? The assignment is the very deck that you folks are on at this point of time. There's no additional assignment. The slide that you started working on is what you need to continue working on at this point of time. So you just need to dig in deeper into understanding, like go through more pages of Myntra and see, hey, what does discovery look like, navigation? Do a second level literature check to say, okay, how have other people in this domain define discovery, define navigation? How much does my point of view differ, right? And then if I've seen reasonable progress, you ping me back saying, hey, I've done my assignment. I think I've now got a better understanding of this topic, and it's 100x better than what I thought about. And I'd like for us to start reviewing. I will then initially at least go through your own assessment, and I'll share my feedback privately. And then in a smaller group, if I see enough people having done, I will say, hey, how about we get together in a small group and discuss and bring logical conclusion to this activity, where I then share my definition of how I think about discovery and navigation. And that way you can compare and contrast, and we build clarity on what we're doing at this point of time. And even if you have one good domain where you built some reasonable degree of depth, it makes you remarkably different from a bunch of folks out there who have a superficial understanding of the topic. And that in itself, you start winning over every other PM out there in the market. So that's how I'd like for us to build a logical conclusion to this activity. With that, I'm going to open the floor for maybe a couple of questions. And before we wrap up, I would like for some feedback. As with building products, I also need feedback. That's the only way I can do a better job. This is only the beginning of many more such deep dives. So I'm going to now present this screen. Can you see the screen that I'm sharing, or do you not? So I'm showing right now a QR code. Is it visible?
We can still see Sagar deep dive.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to bring this into this one. Can you see this?
Yeah.
So it's a simple QR code. You just scan it on your camera and you can share with me your feedback. Super helpful because, like I've said, all of you are putting so much effort, many hours into this. I want to do justice to you folks. So I also need to know what's working, what's not working, what else can I do to make learnings more effective. And my ethos here is it's not about covering 100 topics in a couple of hours. Even if we're doing 2-3 things, but we do it so well, those 2-3 things is what I really want for you to take home as, yes, I now see a big difference in my thinking process in those 2-3 areas over anything else. And I will promise you that it's a long journey. I don't expect to cover everything on day one, but even if we're able to make one small area remarkably different, one weekend at a time, it makes a big difference to how we solve problems in real life, and more importantly, not end up being stressful about how we solve problems.
Please paste the link in the chat box too.
Sorry. 1 moment. I'll do that as well.
Okay.
Here's the link for those of you who'd like to just click on the link. All right, so while some of you folks are filling up the feedback form, opening up the floor for questions, anything else that you feel that did not get addressed while we were discussing today, that you feel that, hey, if you can just give me some logical conclusion on this, it'll help me bridge the gap, and then I can start attacking the assignment with a little more clarity and conviction. Yes, Shubham.
Hi, Deepak. Thank you for the insightful session. My question is more from the point of view that when we are in a company, right, and we are discussing this on the call, now we obviously won't have this much time to agree on the definition, understanding, right? So then someone needs to have that clarity, and then everyone else needs to understand right then and there. So how shall we proceed in that scenario?
Great question. So this in itself warrants a nice big long discussion, but I'll give you a quick TLDR to this. One of the essential skills that we need to build as product managers is build what I would call the equivalent of the Google search brain in our thinking process. So where should I look for information which is authoritarian and definitive, which I can use to convince my team on how to think about the problem statement? Because believe me, you're going to be thrown a gazillion problem statements in life where you're never going to know the answers. And there's a good chance that everybody in the organization is equally clueless as you. It then becomes important that you build the skill to know where to look. And how do you ascertain that that is the right source for you to build conviction and confidence? To do that, you should first of all be in the mindset of continuously searching for information and building a repository of what does good quality authoritarian information, high quality authoritarian information look like versus poor quality information. So the more often you get into the habit and ritual of continuously researching multiple topics, because you don't know which topic is going to be thrown your way, right? Which means you need to build breadth and depth. So if design, you should at least know what are the first principles of design for most kinds of products. What are the sources of information I should be consuming? Where do I build conviction on what good design principles and patterns look like? If it comes to technology, what are sources of good knowledge with respect to depth of technology, breadth of technology, nuances of technology. If it comes to human behavior, where can I start building the secondary research points? You need to build that incredible repository of authoritarian, qualitative, high quality information so that even if you don't know, you can say, hey, here's what I've read, here's whom seems to be a reliable person. And you have enough of a mental model to bridge from your uncertain world to that authoritarian person's point of view. Because if you bring that point of view and somebody asks you a counter question and you don't also know how to answer that, people will say, dude, but that person said it in some context. How do we know it works in my context? So therein also matters that you know enough about certain things to start building the gaps between your knowledge base and an authoritarian person's point of view, so that should someone ask a counter question and point out an edge case, usually what happens is very smart people, rather than focusing on the 80% of problem that needs to be solved, will start focusing on a point, not 1% problem, and say, but in this scenario, this will fail. Yes, it will. But they will always use that as a means to derail. You need to figure out a way how to say, hey, yes, that's true, but is that accounting for 80% of the problem statement? Here is why this applies for 80% of scenarios that we're trying to solve for. So you need to start building those mental models. That's the TLDR of how I typically start building my own repository of knowledge to deal with extreme unknowns, so that even if I don't know, I know where to look, how to build my gap between my knowledge and the authoritarian person's point of view, and know enough about the topic in a very short period of time so that even if I get asked edge cases, I know how to turn the conversation back in favor to solve those kind of problems with the support of the authoritarian person's discourse, for a lack of better words. So I hope that gives clarity.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Deepak. And one more follow-up question to this. Let's say it's a design question, right? So I would have designers also in my team on that call that day. So if they have a point of view and I don't agree to it, I can always push back slightly. Like, again, I know like it depends on the company and also on the team how they would take it, but this should also be there, right? Like I can always push back given that it's not my domain of expertise.
Yes, we should push back, but we should push back with reasoning and questions and not I don't agree. Usually what happens in pressured situations is most of us, not all, we end up saying, I disagree. I don't believe this. I don't like it. The problem is you don't have a point of view, right? You're not invoking curiosity in the designer. You're not asking, how do you think this problem statement can address this situation? What happens if the customer thinks from this point of view? So rather than attacking the foundational thinking, you're attacking an individual. And usually more often than not is that's kind of pushback results in unnecessary negative tension in a team. So we should aim to ask questions that question the premise and fundamentals as opposed to attacking an individual. So push back, but push back with questions, push back with reasoning, push back with narratives as to how you see and where you're not able to understand, and not make blanket judgment calls saying, I don't agree, I don't like it, I don't think this is the right thing to do. So the choice of language of pushback matters more than how you push back or when you push back.
Yeah, got it. Great. Thanks, Deepak.
Cool. Any other questions?
No, Deepak, hi. This is not a question. It's just that what we have covered till now is great. And I think the main topic yet is not completed. If I am, the main topic isn't how do we then approach the multi-category problem.
Absolutely. And that is why I said that if you understand the definition, a lot of things start falling into place. So let's complete the definition. And should a reasonable number of people complete the definition exercise, let's then take it as a part 2 to see if we can complete this overall activity in itself. So I'd like for us to see this as milestones. I don't want to rush through this. I'm not running out any time. I hope none of you are as well. But I would like for you to cross this in a meaningful way. Otherwise, it's so easy for me to tell you the exact definition and say, start thinking about the solution. But you'll not appreciate the solution if you don't understand the definition.
Yep.
So those of you who are interested, we will do a part 2 of this.
Hi, Deepak.
Yes, Sagar, but your voice is very faint. I know it's 4:20.
Am I audible now?
Maybe a little louder.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
So I had a basic question regarding the definition of what discovery and navigation is. I was thinking it from a perspective of two users. One is who has preconceived notions of what he has to buy on the platform, and the one who has just landed through any marketing campaign or any Instagram campaign per se. So for these two particular users, the same screen might act as a discovery screen as well as a navigation screen for one who thinks that he wants to buy shoes, and the other who has landed through a marketing campaign. So I was just thinking about if you can give me directions on how to think for these two user personas on the platform.
The first question is, are these really two separate personas in the first place? Or are they in two different states of a journey?
Yeah.
So I would see this as, see, a person seeing a marketing campaign is in the awareness state of a journey, or they could be in discovery or in purchase state as well. In this case of Myntra, right? And then that journey continues into the app as well, right?
Yes.
So from that lens, discovery can happen on multiple platforms. It can happen on social media, it can happen on email, it can happen on SMS, it could happen on a billboard, and that journey then continues into the app as well. Now, that is the overall spectrum of discovery. In this case, as product managers who are working with a digital product, our question is, where does the discovery problem start and end, and what is the scope within the nuance of the app? Let's just probably keep it to that definition so that it simplifies. Otherwise, we may end up then thinking, okay, what happens in the world of marketing? What is discovery there? So to remove of those complexities, let's only ask the question of, once a user comes to the app, what does discovery mean? What does navigation mean?
Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Cool. Any other questions? All right. If there are no questions, there is also a designer in the house, Kiran. So I'd like for Kiran also to share a point of view from how designers feel about some of these things, especially when working with PMs, because that way you get to hear a very unbiased, true to life version of what happens behind the scenes and how do designers feel when they have to work with PMs on these kind of complex, ambiguous problem statements. So Kiran, over to you.
Hey, thanks, DSK for that. I guess it's interesting. I was just writing in the chat as well, right? No one was jumping into solutioning. I guess the one thing that I really like that. I was not sure if there are designers here or there were some other aspiring designers. I guess that's a good thing. Other thing, I guess where I am today from a personal experience, right? Though my journey has been of a designer, I manage a team. I have a team who runs on problem statements. I am the one who's actually becoming more of a product. I don't want to say product manager, but a direct a stakeholder or a thought partner for product, right? And lot many times my job is also not solutioning. Lot many times I'm spending time more on how to solve a product or what is it that we are trying to do next, right? Involving yourself in strategy. I guess initially we spent a lot of time on what are we trying to do? What is the category, or why do we do it? How do we do it? Does a product need to sit together or separate? I guess that answers a lot of that side of things. To sort of say, I guess this was a great discussion, right? And we have sort of touched upon many different directions. But from a design standpoint, I guess some of the questions around how do we push back, and pushbacks are very common. In fact, it's one of the toughest parts. Like, I guess some of the things that we did not discuss is engineering bandwidth, right? One of the biggest challenges when you're actually working on a product. So pushbacks happen, and that's where solutions like milestoning comes into picture. That's where solutions like let's A/B test comes in picture, right? And that's where your existing behaviors, research, and data insights come into picture, so that you as a group take a collective decision on, okay, this is the hypothesis that we want to go forward with, right? This is how we want to figure out whether the product works or not. So it's a collaboration of all teams together. It's not always about one versus the other, but it's more around how can we build a better product together.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kiran. I think the key word that you said is product design, and when we have tech as well at some point in these discussions, we all become thought partners and not so much as, hey, I decide, you do, because we need to bring in a wide variety of perspectives into these conversations. And at any given point of, all of us are going to be equally aware and equally unaware about certain topics. And that intellectual honesty is perhaps the most important thing, because the more a team agrees and aligns that these are the things we really don't know, it's actually easier to align, as opposed to all of us trying to convince each other that we actually know what we're talking about, but we genuinely don't know what we're talking about. And that usually happens when we've not spent enough time being vulnerable, not spending enough time trying to build trust and relationships. And then it's just a game of one-upmanship, which really goes counter to building great products, right? So I think it really then becomes important. And that's why even in today's discussion, I just wanted to make sure that we practice the essence of learning to hear different people's point of view, trying to get people along. Because this entire exercise could have been done in 1 hour, wherein I just say, this is what has to be done and this is what you have to do. But it's not preparing you for the act of learning how to get people together consensus. It's not teaching you how to go deep into a topic. It's not making you think hard. It's not making you hear different points of views. It's not making you elastic in your mind, right? And that's what usually stops teams from seeing success, high quality and consistently. Now, a lot of me ask, but the real world doesn't operate. I have the pressures of doing this a lot quicker and faster. And that's why great product teams also spend an inordinate amount of time over and above the scope of work that they do to be doing these kind of what I would call as rigorous training. At Myntra, in the early days, my team used to hate me for making me go over and above. So while we used to have the work that needs to be done, I used to be making them work extra hours over and above in the early parts of the time we started working together as a team, only so that the team started building that mental muscle to be attacking these problem statements. Because you can either use brute force and try to move forward, or you learn the skill the hard way, the long way, by putting in the extra grueling hours, so that over a period of time, the learning curve, the effort starts coming down. I am going to probably share a video on Monday to best illustrate it. It's actually two people swimming. One is an amateur swimmer. The other is Michael Phelps. The amateur swimmer is trying to use brute force to swim. And you'll see Michael Phelps just like acing through the water. What we don't see is Michael Phelps training 8, 9, 10 hours a day. The question you'll ask me now is, dude, I already work 8 hours a day. Where else do I have the time? We need to find the means to introduce those times into our daily schedule, into our weekly schedule, so that on the long run, I'm not giving this as a band-aid solution. These are rituals that you need to build over years, decades, so that on the long run, you have gained the ability to build these skills super fast, super quick, so that tomorrow you throw in the most chaotic of situations, in the most ambiguous of problem statements. Your training over the years allows you to be prepared to attack those problems fast. You don't do it, over the years, you're only going to be throwing brute force at it, and you're going to be the same person struggling hard. And that's when teams burn out, management starts putting extra pressure. The feedback comes saying that my team is not performing as much as I'd like for you to do it. And the teams that usually end up seeing success a lot more are the ones who are putting effort behind the scene. So that's what I've seen make a difference over a period of time. And that's the kind of mental resilience. Building products is a game of mental, it's like endurance running. If you've seen that guy, Euclid Klipje, who runs for marathons, building products is a lot like marathons and not like sprinting. So you need to start building the mindset of a marathon runner, training hard, training every single day, days, weeks, months together. And this is just me trying to put you into that mindset, kicking you off into the direction. Whether you do it with me, without me, it really doesn't matter. But what I wanted to really emphasize was the importance of doing that activity and not getting caught by the superficiality of watching a blog, great, but it's not going to change your thinking process. It's not going to bring you mental resilience. Reading a book is great, but it's not bringing you mental resilience. It's not forcing you to think hard. You need to take the time off to do this. So whether you do it with me, doesn't matter. But are you spending some time every day to push your mental resilience? Are you spending some time on the weekend to create that mental resilience and going deep and hard into a problem statement? That I can guarantee you over a longer period of time is going to give you a truckload of success. So with that, I'm going to bring this session to an end because I'm also a little tired at this point of time and I really need to drink something. But thank you all for being a fantastic audience. We've been at it now for a good 5.5 hours. And for those of you who stuck it out till this point of time, it is incredibly beautiful to see you do what you do. I can guarantee you that this mindset, if you keep bringing it on a daily basis, at some point you're going to see the kind of success that you see in other great product people bring in. You're like, wow, that's what it takes to get there. You've started on that journey. So give yourself a big round of applause. And thank you. Thank you. It means a lot to see you putting in this kind of effort.
Thanks, Deepak. Deepak, can I actually ask one last question? Is it okay?
Absolutely.
I was just actually curious to know, like in the real world, the kind of exercise that we're gonna do in terms of discovery and the navigation part. I think in the real world, and correct me if I'm wrong, we generally do this exercise with the customer, where how are they using the application, and we actually observe them to basically see that where are they getting stuck, how are they discovering the new features, and then based on that we come up with the design pathway as well. So I was just curious that in terms of just to get some understanding from you on that perspective here. Yeah.
Sure. If I have to paraphrase, in the real world, yes, we will and we should, right? But the reason why we're starting a little off with the definition is, how do you know what to observe? So let's say you're getting the customer to download your competitor's app, your own app, and asking them to go through the flow. You're making an observation of this customer at a given point of time and understanding what's happening. But in order for you to know what to observe, you need to first understand what qualifies as discovery and navigation. Otherwise, you may look at anything and say, oh, this is a discovery problem, and your solution space is going to be off the charts then. So the reason we're starting with the definitions is so that you know even what to look at when the customer is using your app. You'll ask the customer to use maybe a competitor's app. What do you even look at and pay attention to? Where do you not pay attention? Where do you emphasize? Where do you double click? So to build that conviction and clarity, it starts with good definitions. Once you have that definition in place, you know, oh, this user is actually in the discovery journey. Oh, this user is actually trying to navigate from point A to point B. If you did not know that, you will be like, oh, the user just went to this page, and you will completely miss out on what the navigation problem was in the first place.
Yep.
So in the real world, we will and we should, but to get to that, we first need to know what to look at. If you don't know what to look for, you will not know what to even solve for.
Yep, cool. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Cool. I think there's one. Shubham, do you have a question? I see your hands raised as well.
No, Deepak. I'll just raise.
All righty, cool. Awesome then. Well, thank you all. Give yourself a big pat on the back for incredibly enduring. This is almost like going for an endurance run of sorts, where you've been running for about 5.5 hours. So thank you all for taking your time out on a lovely Saturday. I know we spent a little more than an hour and a half, and we definitely have not come to the end of it, but good things take time, and it requires for us to go deep. And I'm only hoping that a few of you continue this activity and do not stop it at where it is, but it has sparked that curiosity for you to go dig into the definitions, look into a few more examples, build those mental models, come back with the assignments completed, and then we discuss, debate once again, and come to a conclusion, and finally see if we're able to reach the solution that we have wanted to start off at the end of the day. So yes, this session is recorded. It will be put up on YouTube. Give me some time. I'll probably put this up by Monday morning. And once it's up on Monday morning, I'll ping it in the WhatsApp group, as well as put it up on LinkedIn. You can go through this again a couple of times, see how we discuss, what we discussed, where do you agree, where do you disagree. and the entire schmaz along with that. All right. So now please go get yourself some food, drinks, beverages, maybe a nap if need be. And see you all soon. Thank you all so much for being such fantastic participants, and looking forward to completing this exercise soon. All right. Awesome.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Deepak.
All right. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care. Have a great weekend.